local Princeton DQ.
Out of an abundance of caution and in your best interest, public access to the Princeton Electric Plant Board office is restricted. Normal business operations will continue utilizing the drive-through window. Bill payments using online methods, bank drafts, and credit cards are encouraged, but checks and cash will continue to be accepted methods of payment. Utilizing the free online payment system from the comfort of your own home is both safer and more efficient for you. You will only need your account number, which is located on your bill, and a credit card or debit card to use this convenient feature. In an effort to help our community and assist our neighbors during this time of uncertainty, Princeton Electric Plant Board invites customers to call the office if they need additional time to pay their electric bill due to the loss of work. We appreciate our customers and look forward to working through this together.
Traveling the Bluegrass with host Alan Watts has another busy week. Alan, where are you traveling this week?
We talk statewide Wi-Fi service with Kentucky Farm Bureau President Mark Haney. Make a stop at Louisville to talk Kentucky Derby Festival with Matt Gibson. Learn about the Derby Museum with Rachel Collier. Preview the 146th Kentucky Derby with Churchill Downs' Tanya Albin. And travel to Carter County to meet farmer Jason McClung.
That's Traveling the Bluegrass weekdays around 6 a.m. and after the WPKY Noon News Edge.
Rader Auction Company is owned and operated by Delbert Rader. Delbert has been in the agricultural field for over 40 years and is well known for his knowledge of used equipment. Rader Auction holds 4 consignment auctions a year, and they buy and sell equipment on a daily basis. If you're looking for a piece of equipment, they'll do their best to locate it, and financing is available. Contact Delbert Rader at 270-881-2610 or Amy Ezel at 270-604-2880 for all your used equipment needs. Rader Auction Company, Skyline Drive.
1580 103.3 WPKY, and of course, a Coffee Talk special edition today. It's Tiger Day, and I've been so excited about this. I couldn't hardly stand myself all week. But we're going to kick off, as we always do with Coffee Talk, we're going to kick off with our kids' Pledge of Allegiance. Here we go.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are they not the cutest things? I love to start that off. I'll tell you, I'm excited today, and I know one of them's probably, I'm going to embarrass the fire out of him today. That's kind of my goal. Hey, Tom Rogers is with us. Good morning, Tom. Tom scared me this morning. Wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah, that's better.
Tom couldn't reach the microphone. I'm not
Daniel Kukahiko size here.
I thought maybe that size was for Coach Fralick, because Coach Fralick's here too, and he didn't have a problem reaching his. I'm just wanting to point that out.
It's going to be a long day for you and me, isn't it?
Yeah. And I got Dennis Stevens in the house.
Hey, Tess.
Good morning.
Ready for some Friday nights?
Oh, I am so excited. I can't tell you how excited I was to just go in and grab my jersey and put my football jersey on.
There you go.
I was so stinking excited. And then I thought, because Tom, we were not real sure what was going to happen. And I was afraid to get too excited. And I was like, really? Can we do it? And we're going to do it,
We're
right?
going to do it. We're going to do it. It's a big day, an important day. And we'll be talking about we'll be talking a lot today about a link where everybody can go on our loyal listener Big Deal store, where you can make your donation, your contribution today to help support the Caldwell County Tiger Athletic Program, which we're going to talk some over the course of the day about why that's important with everything going on and the fact that we're likely going to see reduced crowds, et cetera, et cetera. And will school officials talk more about that. But we're trying to do what we can do to help now that it looks like we're going to have fall sports. We're going to try to help make sure that happens in the way it needs to do.
Well, and I'll tell you, I think one of the things that we're doing is we're encouraging everybody to come in and tell their story and talk about their glory days. And I have somebody in here, this youngin' over here, has had a glory day or two. And Coach William Fralick, now his nickname's Stick, isn't it? I can say that now that you're not making me run quarter stops anymore. I can say that. See, but I'll tell you, now you've been a coach more than once on a couple of different occasions, but I want you to talk about when you were young and playing ball.
Oh, I can hardly remember those days anymore.
Oh, yes, you can.
No,
what was your glory days as far as what year? What time span was that?
You have to look back at 63 when we won the state AA football championship. That was probably the highlight. And then we followed that up in the spring of '64 with a trip to the Sweet 16. So those are things that you remember, and of course I remember a lot of times when I'd get up on Saturday mornings and hitchhike from Dawson Springs to Princeton to play on the outdoor court all day long down at the Butler Building. And, those things, those are highlights, I think.
Is that the only sport? Was basketball always the sport for you?
I think my heart was always in basketball, but I played football, and I enjoyed football, and played under some really fine coaches, some good Christian men. And I enjoyed every bit of it. Some great companions to play with, and it was just a good time.
Who was your football coach?
Fred Clayton.
Ah, there you go.
Fred, Charlie Davis, Charlie Akers. Those were men that Al Giordano was on staff then. And it's just those guys, when you grew up with those as your coaches, you had a different outlook on perspective on life than those kids that did not participate.
Well, how did that change your life, though, being in basketball and being, an athlete? How did that change your life in any way? How did that impact your life, I guess I should say?
Well, it kind of gives you a focus on what you would like to achieve. I grew up in the country with a lot of other kids in our neighborhood, and if you weren't involved in sports, you really didn't have a whole lot to do except work every day on the farm. So every chance we get, we'd try to get away from the daily chores and get on with enjoying what kids normally do. And it was just a really good time to grow up as a kid.
When did you start coaching?
I came out of college and went to work for ITT Grinnell in the engineering department. I stayed there about 2.5, 3 years, I think. And then in 1972, they opened up the new high school building. I still call it the new building, the one out that we use now. And Charlie Elder was the principal then. And Charlie was needing an industrial arts teacher. So he found out that I had an industrial arts degree, and he lived up on Maple Avenue. And he called me and asked me to come up and check with him, see him. So I did, and pulled up in his driveway, and we sat on his front porch and talked for maybe a half hour or so, and he hired me on the spot.
Aww.
So it was that was in 1972, and I went to coaching about 2 years after that, when Craner Sloan was the coach here, and then followed up with Joe McHill and then Harry Bird, and then switched over to the girls program and stayed with that for several years.
I'm going to tell you, back in the day, I talk about you all the time, and I probably embarrass you, and that's okay. But I think you probably were the person that probably made more of a difference for me and encouraged me more and gave me more confidence than probably anybody. Back in the day, Larry Curling was the one that suggested that I even start. It's his fault that I ended up running around with you. Because back when I was in middle school, I had just moved, and late in my 5th grade year, and he said, I didn't know anybody, and I was kind of mad. I didn't want to move. And he said, you know what, you're kind of tall. You're a big girl. You ought to play basketball. You ever played basketball? And I thought, well, no, I've never done that. And I went from Chastity. He said, well, Chastity, this is Chastity. Her name is Chastity Cochran, and you ought to run around with her because her and her sister, boy, they know how to play. Mm-hmm. And I didn't have any brothers or sisters. There wasn't nobody to teach me nothing. So I went home and I said, Daddy, I need a basketball goal. And he went out and he got a piece of plexiglass out of the building, and we painted a big red square on it. And he found an old rim, I guess, at a yard sale somewhere. And we stuck it on about the tallest pole we could find in the backyard. And that ended up, we didn't know how tall to be. It was about 10.5 foot. So that's what I learned out in the dirt, just sitting there with a dog that I got from Harry Bird. So when you said Harry Bird, I had an old golden lab that he had given me. And it was me and that dog. And that's how I learned how to play basketball, was in the backyard. And then I got, of course, into middle school, and then I got with you up at high school. And I will tell you, that was some of my favorite memories in high school ever. And I wasn't the best. I was never the fastest. I was never the best. But you know what? I had a whole lot of fun. And I tried hard. I'd get up, Tom. I wasn't the fastest, but I'd get up and try.
I didn't say anything.
He's laughing at me over the background. You know what? Have you ever run a quarter stop for Coach Fralick?
No.
I'm just saying. You'll never run one. That's how you know that you have. But you know what? The direction and the confidence you gave me, that followed me later in life. It really did. And I don't think I would have been the same person had I not gone through softball and basketball the way that I did at Caldwell.
Well, I think what you mentioned could probably be echoed by most every athlete that was dedicated to being an athlete. I can remember very well working with you on the side goal over there, trying to get you where you could make a free throw. And we did pretty well at it. And one thing I remember so much about you playing is your attitude was the same every day. You came in there every day willing to give whatever was asked of you, and you worked extremely hard. And, I'm not saying you were not a good athlete, because you were a good athlete, but you weren't the key members of that particular team. But it didn't matter. And those type things are things that coaches remember.
I just wanted to be there, that's all. That's all I wanted. But, it was fun, and we did have a really good team in the 90s.
Yes, we did.
I talk about Holly and that perky little ponytail of hers, Miss Holly Hughes and Pepper Chanel and Abby Benton and Tiffany Gray and Melissa Gray. I mean, we had a lot of them on there, that Jenny Phelps, that were just really good.
Yeah, there was a lot of good ball players, and we were pretty successful at that time. I don't think it was particularly due to the coaching staff, but the players were pretty talented and could play with just about anybody in this region.
The Fredonia girls.
Right, Fredonia girls.
They tore us up when they first come over. I thought, what is that?
Yeah, we had a little group of Fredonia girls, and they were proud to be Fredonia girls. And they let you know it.
You know what, though? I think they elevated us when they come over there. I really do, because I think it challenged us.
Well, they came in, I think, with an attitude of, we want to show these Caldwell County girls that we can also play the game and play it well. And we're not going to come in here as and take a back seat to anybody. And they had that attitude, and it paid off for them. They all excelled really well.
That Benton and Chanel team had a lot of attitude.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of that, as I remember, started with Pepper. She carried that attitude when she was on the court.
Oh, trust me.
Pepper was pretty feisty.
Well, we used to play Providence back then, too.
Right.
I remember, and people from Providence, you can just hate me now, but I remember going over there and cleaning house one night. It was like 70-something to nothing. And buddy, we fought for it the whole time, but it was a shutout that year. And that was that team with Pepper and Molly. I think Molly Benton was on that team as well. I mean, there was just a ton of the Fredonia girls.
You know, while we've got an old coach in here, let's ask William a little bit, because the focus of the day. From a coaching standpoint, William, all the years you've been coaching, what is the importance of being able to have and being able to compete in athletics for kids, say, especially in Caldwell County?
I think it gives them a sense of togetherness, something to bond around, something that they can work on as a group and not particularly individual. I'm talking about mainly football and basketball. And I think their attitude toward other people that they meet along the way becomes a contributing factor in their development. I don't know. They're just that camaraderie Excuse me, I said that kind of poorly, but anyway, if there's a mask on, I can hardly breathe. But we just see kids bond together, and I can remember the 63 football team that I played on, and I can remember every player that was in that line and the positions that they played and some of the plays that we ran, and it's just something that's very special.
What made you come back after all those years? Because now, by the way, I got the biggest kick out of it. Here I go to work, and and here is Coach Fralick on the sidelines. And I got such a kick out of it this year when I was doing a video that I got to watch you coach again. And I thought that was the coolest thing ever. What made you come back?
Gosh, I don't know.
Just admit you missed it.
It's just something that I've always enjoyed. And I particularly enjoy the kids and being around them, getting to know them, and feeling like you had some part of their development as adults. And it's just, I don't know, I guess it's something that's in your blood. I don't know how to say it, but I've always enjoyed it. I've particularly enjoyed the kids and getting to know the other coaches around the region. Since when Coach Mitchell came in last year, he didn't know me or anything about me. And we'd go to other schools, and when I'd walk in the door, here come people, coming over, and we'd have a discussion, we'd talk. He'd say, "How do you know all these people?" I said, "Everywhere we go, people know you." I said, "Well, if you look at my hair, you'll know I've been around a long time." So that's a lot of it. I really enjoyed other coaches and the referees. I enjoyed the referees. It got to a point there where they didn't want us to talk to the referees, and I had a hard time with that. And I would tell them, I said, if I can't talk to you, it's going to be a long night for me. But I was always tried to be respectful to them because I knew them as individuals. I'd been working with them for years. So, I had some really, really fine friends that were referees.
And Tess, I'll tell you, I'll step in and tell you something that Coach Fralick's probably is too modest to say, but to see his influence from an assistant coach's position on that coaching staff and the way he helps people like Melissa Thomas over the years and now Coach Mitchell, they know they can lean on him, and they see how he carries himself on the court, how he treats the kids. And he's not just influencing the players. He's influencing the staffs, whether he knows it or not.
I saw several of those. That influence carried through with some of those this year. Boy, man, she was on it. And, there was several of them that were just aggressive about going after that ball. And I think that I could see some Fralick influence in that because, there's little things that each coach kind of leaves their name on a little bit when you can see it come out on the court. And I think that's one of the things that you always, that don't quit and go get after it, dive, whatever you got to do. That grit, I think, is one of the things that you always bring to the court.
Well, I don't know. I tried to work with the kids and teach them that there was only one way to play, and that's all out. It didn't matter if it was practice or a game or if it was a regional tournament. It was you went out and you played as hard as you could possibly play because that's what you spend all your hours of practicing for. There's no need of practicing all those hours if you're not going to go out and put your best effort on the floor. And the kids, for most part, picked up on that, and I felt real good about it. And it's just, it's just been a real pleasure throughout my life. I was looking last night, I was kind of thinking a little bit about today and figuring up how many years I had been into coaching. And actually, I was surprised, it's 36 years that I've actually coached. And then there was another 12 years as athletic director at Caldwell County. So it's been a good run for me.
Well, and when you think about it, as athletic director, that you know how important those funds are. And that's what today is all about. Although I'm taking a really good, I'm enjoying on the selfish part being able to see you and see everybody today. And it gives me a great excuse. But, you know, there is a reason why we're here today, and that's to collect funds. And, you know, these funds, what does it do for Caldwell Athletics if they don't get those funds? I mean, it can really hurt, you know, the athletics as a whole, correct?
It does. And, you know, football and basketball, everybody knows those are the revenue-producing sports for the majority of the athletic department. And if you cut out one home football game, you have really diminished your intake for the year. So you know, you've really got to try to raise your money in the fall and winter to get through the spring. Because even though we try to raise money for baseball, softball, and track and all of those through admission fees, it's really very, very seldom that you raise enough money through the ticket sales to pay the officials for that day. So if you don't have a really good basketball and football season, your other sports are in jeopardy. And we want to provide everything we can for every sport, but it's difficult for an athletic director to have to deal with a lack of funds for your spring sports.
And it's not because you love one more than the other. It's not because, you know, you think one deserves it more than the other. If they're not there, they're not there.
That's right. And it's hard to tell a coach, hey, I just don't have the funds. And they say, well, you know, football got this, basketball got that, and so forth. And it makes a little bit of friction between the administration and the coaches. But for the most part, coaches are very understandable of that. And they do a great job of fundraising for their specific sports. Without coaches going out and raising money, there'd be very few trips, tournaments where they go off to play, trips to Florida for baseball team, softball team. Those things would never happen if it weren't for the coaches that really get out and work hard.
Well, I appreciate everything that you've done as far as a coach and in my life, and I guarantee there's going to be a ton of other girls' lives and athletes that you're going to be able to influence over the next few years as well. And thank you for all you've done and all you're going to do.
Well, you know, it hasn't been publicized too much, but I have actually stepped down from coaching for now on. I decided at spring that I needed to turn it over to someone else, so I talked with Coach Mitchell about it, and I stepped aside, and I think he has hired a young lady that was going to be able to provide more energy and so forth. So I guess I'll watch the games with you. I'll sit up in the stands.
I'm telling you, you're going to influence them one way or the other.
With his bag of popcorn, by the way.
I promise you, he's not going to be done. It'll be popcorn in the stands, and you're going to keep on influencing athletes. I promise you that.
Well, I hope to, and I've told these girls particularly, I said, I'll be there. And I said, after the game, you come by, and I'll have a point or two for you.
Well, I cannot wait to see you later on in the year and at the games, and I love you, and you'll always be huge to me, and thank you for coming this morning.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you asking me.
Well, come on out for Tiger Day. I saw another sport walk through the door, another one of my faves over there. Coach K is in the wings. And Tom, explain to us for just a second exactly how they get online and donate.
All right. Well, you can go online, the Loyal Listener Big Deal Store, which is always linked up there on the top of the site. You go to the Loyal Listener Big Deal Store. You can find the page to link to and go in, and there's a way for you to make your contribution today. Also, here in a few minutes, I'm going to try to go get that more visible and have it its own link on the top there, and hopefully in about the next 10 minutes, I'll have that ready to go. But it's the way for you to make your contribution. Hey, if it's $5, if it's $10, if it's $20, if it's $30, and then you want to tell us, hey, we want to challenge somebody to do the same. Maybe there's a class of players or something that would like to get up a start. You know, somebody says, well, let's pledge 20, everybody on that team, let's do $20. then hey, do that. Let us know. Just pass the word to us, call us, tell us, or whatever you want to do. But this is a chance to help the athletic department at Caldwell County High School. I don't have my list with me right now, but we'll thank, well, if you want to thank them here in a minute. We've already had some corporate level sponsors step up on this and help out, and you expect me to read that from here.
I increased the font size.
Actually, at my age, I can read that easier here than if it were 2 feet in front.
I started to say I increased the font size, Tom. I don't know what you want.
You can go
I
ahead
even
and
put a
mention
yellow
that,
highlighter on there.
Yeah, but go to our Loyal Listener Big Deals page, and you'll be able to find it and make the contribution. And I'm going to work on getting that link to where it's more visible. We'll also put that link out on social media here in a minute.
Well, and if they notice when they come in the door, don't let Coach Fralick leave before he signs those basketballs, by the way, Tom. But when they come through the door, make sure that you take a gander over at the footballs that have been autographed and, the football book, of course, that Todd wrote that are being the autographed as people come in today. Those are going to be available. When you make a donation of any kind, I don't care if it's 50 cents, you get to put your name in the hat for one of these prize packs. And those footballs are actually autographed by the entire Caldwell County High School football team this year. So that's a pretty cool thing, I think, to get all of those kids to sign it like that. And these basketballs, of course, Coach Fralick is doing it right now. Throughout the day, that's what they're going to do, is they're going to be autographing that. So that's going to be up for grabs. You can also come in. We're doing a silent auction on one of those packs, and they can. Well, I'm never silent.
No.
But
we'll amen that.
Yeah. But anyway, you can come. Hey, Dennis, you can come in and put your bid down. I kicked it off at $50, so come in and beat me. And I'm sure that's somebody. Well, no, that didn't come out right either. Boy, I'm caught in the middle of Dennis and Tom, and that's a hard place to be. Coach K, come save me. But anyway, you can stop by 1035 West Main Street in Princeton, or you can go to WPKYonline.com. Of course, again, we want to thank our corporate level sponsors: First Southern Bank, Farmers Bank, Planners Bank, Fortner Gas Company, Parker Eye Care, and of course, don't forget 10% off, or 10% of all the sales from Black Patch Grill today for lunch and dinner go to the kids. So we want to thank them for that. Come on back, we got football and Coach K, and that's coming up next on Coffee Talk Tiger Day.
This is Mallory Hancock Lawrence, and we love our Caldwell and Lyon County friends. We invite you to come to Cada's anytime you can to shop with us. We're making it even easier for you. Whether you work in Cada's or just come to town for a visit, stop in and shop with us. But if you're in a hurry, you can pre-order your groceries at Hancock'sNeighborhoodMarket.com. It's so easy and convenient. Of course, we want to see your smiling face anytime we can, but if you're in a hurry, Hancock'sNeighborhoodMarket.com is the way to go. Hancock's Neighborhood Market, Cada's.
Are you struggling to afford health care or medications? Let Health First help you. Whether you are insured, uninsured, or underinsured, you will still be cared for at Health First Community Health Center. We offer financial and prescription assistance to all those that qualify, which is based on income and household size. Contact our office at 1-877-667-7017 for more information, or visit our website, healthfirstchc.net. Same-day appointments and walk-ins are welcome. Visit us at one of our 8 locations for all your health care needs. At Health First, your health is our first concern.
Summer fun keeps rolling along at Beach Bend Park with rides, slides, and waves on the weekends. Beach Bend Park is now open Saturdays and Sundays through September 19th. Double your fun with 2 parks in one and enjoy classic amusement rides, including the famous Kentucky Rumbler roller coaster, water park, daily shows, mini golf, and more. Plus, parking tubes and sunscreen are always free. For hours, visit beachbend.com.
Beach Bend Park, fun for the whole family. Beach Bend Park.
B&C Unique Boutique is now open in the Princeton Plaza, offering boutique fashions, footwear, and accessories, sizes small to 3X. New fashions arriving weekly. Check out the personalized items they can customize just for you. Current special on Candleberry candles, 25% off. Shop in person Monday through Friday, 10 to 6, Saturday, 9:30 to 3, or 24/7 at shopbcboutique.com. Local shipping rates or curbside pickup. B&C Unique Boutique in the Princeton Plaza. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
Imagine if there were a place you could go to buy gift certificates to some of the best businesses in town. Now, imagine all those great gift certificates priced 30, 35, 40%, and at times over 60% or more off retail every day of the week. The Loyal Listener Big Deal Store is online and waiting for you to shop and buy gift certificates to local businesses. Go to WPKYonline.com.
1580 103.3 WPKY, and we're live on Coffee Talk, and I'm so excited! Not only did I get to talk to Coach Fralick, now I get to talk to Coach K and Dennis Stevens at the same time. Miss Beth just walked through the door. I got to wear my football jersey today. It's like Christmas for Tess today is what it's like. I'm telling you. And oh, wait a minute. I've got theme music for Coach K. Here we go. He can't hear it, but it's I got theme music. You have your own music. Did you know
really?
That? Yeah.
That's cool.
It's Coach K's music.
Oh.
It's by Gary Glitter. It's rock and roll. It's rock and roll.
Oh,
baby.
is it really?
Football! We're going to play football. Did we get to get the pads out?
We got the shoulder pads out this week. Tomorrow is full gear.
Does
the
that
kids
not
are really
sound... Oh, say that again.
full gear tomorrow.
That's the best thing in the whole wide world. And September 11th, our first high school game, our first middle school game's when?
September the 12th. Get to come to Tiger Stadium again and watch us play McCracken County.
Yeah. That's like my favorite place in the world. I said I'm gonna go take a picture of it just empties and just looking sad. That's what I'm gonna just go sit in the stands. That's what I'm gonna do. But it's Tiger Day is huge, and the one thing I don't think I've ever asked you about is what in the world are you doing playing football? How'd you get to do that? Did you always play football? Was there other sports? What's your glory day story?
Well, I'm not really sure. I can always go back to the day that we lived in the big city of Dawson Springs.
Oh.
And we moved to Princeton in 1971. My dad played football, obviously, in Hawaii, and then he got a little scholarship to play at New Mexico State. And so he went for a couple of years, and Uncle Sam needed him. So he got out of that, and so he wanted me to play football. As a kid, I remember him taking me to watch a lot of high school games when Sonny Collins played and Larry Jones and the Madisonville teams, and I don't know. And then he said, we're going to move to Princeton, and I want you to play football. And I said, okay. I said, do they hit people? And he said, yes. And do I got to hit somebody? And he said, yes. And I said, I don't really know. So, I got involved in the 8th grade, and it just, I loved every minute of it. Wasn't very good, but I loved playing. So, but now I've just kind of taken what the coaches had given me then and tried to instill it into the kids now, and it's been a blast, an absolute blast.
All right. Well, for those who don't know, and I haven't already mentioned it, Coach Kukahiko is the head coach for the Caldwell County Middle School, and football and tennis at the high school, right?
Well, so far.
I almost forgot to throw that in there. But so how many years do you think in total have you been coaching?
Well, I started, some gentlemen asked me in 1977 if I would help with the junior pro, which was, program then, and I just kind of staircased all the way up till now. So
wow.
I've been involved around the football since, several years.
What's your favorite part about coaching? Why do you come back and do it year after year?
The kids, obviously. I mean, you can take a kid out there on the field and not be the best athlete, Dennis. And, people say, well, who's your favorite player? And I always look at, those kids that are going to, I come to mind as Elijah Sindelar, Stewart Childress, Gerald Fuqua, but, kids like that, the notoriety. But what about these kids that probably doesn't get that? I mean, those are the kids coaches wouldn't probably say this, but they have a special bond with those kids. Right. And to see those kids put a smile on their face, if it's the first time they step on the field, the first carry, the first catch, the first whatever, and they come to the sideline, they're just telling all their friends. That's special right there. It really is.
First time you ever put on a jersey. First time they ever gave you a jersey and said, okay, Steve, this is your jersey. Yeah. What did that feel like?
I really didn't know. I said, when I first put a jersey on, I was absolutely, what am I going to have to do? And of course, back in the day, when I got into, high school football, Coach G was my coach, and the relationships that you have with the players is always a good thing. I really didn't play for the number. I played for the, whoever was on I was playing with. And that's why I challenge the kids. I mean, let's not let's be sure we're playing for what's across your front of your jersey, and that's the way it should be. Don't be one of those that kids that go out there and, well, I did this, I did that. Well, it's a team, and so I hope those young men that look at it 20 years down the road and say, yeah, the experience that we had in whether it be middle school, junior pro, high school, whatever, it translates to other people in just a hand-me-down program, I guess. So.
Well, and when you look at coaches like Coach Fralick that, have been coaching and have been, the athletic director and been around it for so long.
Right.
And, of course, you've been around it for a minute, too. And it's one of those, you look, and I think a lot of them are in it for 30, 40 years. That's just, once they get in it, Dennis, they just keep doing it.
No, and I think you're going to see a recurring theme today of players or coaches like Coach Fralick and Steve here that love to do it, but they're taking what they're teaching these kids from what they learned from the coaches before them. And there's a continuity there that you're just not going to find in anything other than sports.
Well, and what do you think that it does for the kids? What do you hope that the kids are getting out of it?
Well, I hope they enjoy it first and foremost. And there's a challenging time right now. I mean, like Dennis just said, there's people out there that obviously with their work schedule, I mean, we're struggling right now at the middle school level of finding coaches. I mean, and I know that you try to find young kids, and I reached out to some of the younger kids, and to help us, and it's just not available right now. But I hope the kids learn that it's a team sport, obviously, and they meet people that 10 years from now, 20 years, when they have their class reunions, they go back and say, hey, do you remember what happened in junior pro or middle school or high school, some of those times? I mean, I still recall some of those back when, it seemed like it was a few years ago, but it was several years ago that we had the opportunity to do some of those things. So I hope that they learn something, and get something good out of it anyway, positive.
Well, and that's it. I was and in a horrible world, it happened where sports was taken away.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, what we take for granted all the time, it's just going to be there. You can set your watch by it, set the fall clock by it. Basically, it was gone. And I'm going to tell you what, that scared me. It really did. I didn't like it.
Right.
I found out at my house we don't run well without athletics.
Yeah.
And I think that happened in a lot of houses, though, too, because I've tattled on him before. CJ is, that's the reason he cares about his grades is football.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fib about that. Yeah. And I don't think he's the only one, though.
No.
I think, there's a lot of kids out there that if it wasn't for baseball and basketball and football and some of those sports, the grades just wouldn't be there. And, and a lot of times they might not graduate.
Right. And it's tough on these kids. I mean, just an instance, yesterday in practice, and I just so happened that it was CJ. And we were sitting there, and the coaches were talking, and I had seen two young men just walk up into our little speech, and one of them happened to be CJ. And CJ, I said, CJ, you okay? Yes, sir. Is something wrong? No, I just want to hear what you were saying. I mean, it's just stuff like that. Now, some of them, they probably think that, and if you come to any practice, obviously a coach, his voice gets a little louder, somewhere down the line. And when you have 47 middle school kids, Dennis, and 3 coaches, and you're working with the 22 on the field or the court, like yesterday we was inside because of the rain, you got 25 of you behind you, and they're just constantly just talking, and they may be talking louder than the coach is trying to explain. Then you have to turn around and let them know, not once but twice, maybe 3 times. That third time your voice gets a little louder, I'll just say that, and you try to get them to calm down so everybody can hear. But most of the kids are listening, and we challenge them every day. The only way you're going to get better, or the team's going to get better, if you get reps. I mean, now if you want to sit over there on behind, somewhere and talk to your friend about whatever you want to talk about, that's fine. But when we ask for a certain position to come out there, if you're one of the first ones, then we ask for you to get out there. I mean, if you don't, then that's the only way it's going to make you better.
Steve, I think, Tess, one of the cool things, you said you've been coaching since 77. You go across the years, but one of the cool things that I saw after being in Youth Incorporated for better than 20 years is a chance maybe 10 years after a kid you coached, you get an opportunity to be around them, whether This summer, I played golf in men's league one night with 3 kids I coached in Little League Baseball. Had I think it was Jeff Russo, Roy Massey, Clay Farless. And that was a cool experience to let them remember and tell me the things that they remembered from back 10, 15 years ago and things they were catching on, because when you're coaching, you're really showing how to get down on a ground ball, where you need to be backing up, what position you're coaching in football. If you're working with quarterbacks, you're working with backs. You're really working on X's and O's, but a lot of the things that you do during that time, they're going to remember certain little things at a practice or in a game that they're going to associate with you 10, 15, 20 years down the road.
Oh, yeah. And you know, and that's a relationship between players and coaches that a lot of people don't have the opportunity to do. I mean, when you change a life and then 10, 15, like you said, Dennis, come back, you know, and they remember it, but the first thing that they say is coach. That's pretty special. I mean, you know, they could call you anything, but when they come back and say coach, you know, and you know, it's not that we're looking for the notoriety, I guess, but when you build a relationship with a young man and he comes back, and it's pretty special. It really is.
I would have never coached basketball if it hadn't have been, and I did. And I'm going to tell you, it was the most rewarding thing that I've ever done in my life was coaching boys basketball over in Little League. And it wasn't because we won a ton of games, because we didn't.
Right.
But we had a good time, and there was a closeness, and everybody enjoyed it, and it was just, I don't know, there was something about it. Again, when they run up and say, hey, coach, you know, it's... I don't know. And I would have never had the confidence. I'm going to tell you what, I wouldn't have the confidence to do what I'm doing today had it not been for William Fralick, because he gave me that, you know, years ago.
Right.
That not to be scared of anything.
Right.
And I think that's what you're doing too, is a lot of times your daddy, your uncle, you're the caravan, you know, you're running the bus, you wear a million different hats as a coach.
Yeah, and obviously
I've seen you help them do homework.
Well, I mean, you know, and you know, we have the kids in the school system that sometimes kids struggle a little bit. And a couple of years ago, I reached out to some of our teachers, you know, to give them see if they'd be interested. That's what's so special about a small community like this. I mean, you know, they knew those kids were going to struggle, and I asked them. I said, "Would y'all be willing to be a tutor for them?" And we set up a day, we set up a time after practice, those kids that need a little extra, so they were able to play on game days when we were doing that. And we took advantage of it, and those teachers, they go far beyond what they're supposed to do, especially if they have families. I mean, they take away from their own family time to spend time with these kids. So kudos for all the teachers, obviously, in the school system and wherever they're at, for their willingness to take a child, not only their child, but take a child and kind of, you know, prepare them for the next future, I guess.
Well, and I think that's why it's so important to keep our athletics where they are. And whether it's football or basketball or volleyball or tennis, that's, you know, those are funds that buy the gear that they need for, you know, to be safe and to pay for the referees in some cases and to do those things. And I think that, you know, sometimes if it wasn't for athletics, they may not have that role model in their life. They may not have that confidence builder in their life that pushes them just a little harder. And, man, they can accomplish so much more with that, I think, than without.
They can, you know, and I'm sure Dennis falls in the same situation where he was around the youth leagues. I know he's coached soccer before, and the impact that people volunteer. And, you know, and most of the time you find coaches that will coach if they're kids in the program. But to reach out to those kids and that you don't have a kid in the program, you know, that's the difference maker. Because I remember when my kids were growing up and I had the opportunity to coach them, you know, who is the coach the most hardest on? And it's your child, because you try to make a point. Unfortunately, you make it through your child to other kids, and it happens, you know. And I was reminded that several times by home, whenever you got home, and somebody points that out to you. So.
Well, and when you think about it too, you know, it's, I don't know, there's so many different aspects to it. I've seen. We have the most gracious county that, you know, there are fees involved in a lot of, you know, you do have to go buy cleats or you have to buy high tops or a tennis racket or whatever. But you know what? in all of the years, I don't think I've ever heard of a kid that didn't get to play or because they didn't have the money or because mom and dad couldn't afford it. Because we have a school system and a community that pulls together and says, oh, no. I'll pay for a kid.
Yeah. And they that's what's so good about it, Tess, is because I know, as you know, we're trying to work up we didn't have our fundraisers for middle school, and I'm talking about middle school football now. And so usually when we go out and have those fundraisers, then we provide for the kids that can't, what you're talking about. And we had parents, we're trying to get our football packs to our kids on pre-games that we get to wear this, and it kind of shows off of what, we're going to do for for the day before our game. Well, I know there's some kids on our team that really, really struggle just to be at practice and things like that. But we've had parents within that say, hey, Coach, let me give this donation above and beyond my own child. If I mentioned every one of them, I'd probably leave somebody out. So I'll just say, thanks again to those, and I have expressed that, and
but they don't do it for the recognition, though. That's the part that you love about them, though.
Right.
That's not why they do it.
And people give a donation so that team member of their child will wear exactly, because we don't want any kid not to have what everybody else. And we'll find ways. But what you were talking about today, Tiger Day, is that those businesses are very, very gracious and thankful for them doing what they're doing to help fund our athletics. I mean, it's just one of those years that we didn't think would ever happen, but it has. And so now we're going to try to get through it, I guess, the community together.
Well, and that's kind of how we do it. And we've tried to, I think, do it as Caldwell County does, I think, better than any county I've ever seen, is come together on a day and say, okay, we're going to set this day aside, and this is going to be about Caldwell County athletics.
Right.
And we've got some cool stuff in there. I don't know if you've seen it, but anybody that's come in the door that has had anything to do with basketball are signing those basketballs. The footballs, they're signing those footballs and the football book. And the reason why is because we're going to use those as incentives today. So when you come in, you throw your name in the hat. I don't care if you give a quarter or you give $100, whatever. You throw your name in the hat over there, and then you could pick up I don't know, what would you call that? Prize pack of a football or a basketball or whatever. So, I mean, you get a little something for it, too.
Yeah. And you want to remind that the radio station's not making anything off of this today.
We are not.
Roughly 10, 12 hours that we're focusing on the athletic department at Caldwell County. Mm-hmm. And every penny goes back to all the sports, not just football, because you always hear somewhere along the way, I know Todd Griffin and I have talked about how many times somebody say, well, why aren't you covering this when he was at the paper? Why isn't this? Yeah. Because it's all the time football. It's really not. This is everything from band. I had a son that was quad state band, and those kids practice. They work hard for what they do. You got band players. You got tennis players. Coach K may have to buy 2 bags of new tennis balls and some rackets. And I know over the years, Coach K has probably seen this and done this himself. Our community, our coaches love what they do. Mm-hmm. And there's no telling how many baseball gloves or tennis rackets or basketballs or footballs that coaches have given to kids throughout the years. But all the money today goes so these kids can enjoy the sport that they love.
Right. I wonder how many college educations have been started in junior pro. And not to say it's because they've had paid for scholarships. I'm just saying it gave them the drive to get the grades, to go through school, and then to go beyond that. I would. There's no way that you could ever count it. But I think that the importance of athletics in Caldwell and the importance of us continuing that and allowing our senior class this year to be able to enjoy that as well. And our juniors, of course, here, they should really be scoping out colleges right about now. And that's something that, is that even going to happen?
Right.
So, I mean, it's important for us to support them. Come by and make your donation. Again, if you can afford 50 cents, give 50 cents. But whatever you would normally spend at the gate would be my suggestion, too. If you don't know how much would you normally spend at the gate? How much are you not spending this year because either you don't feel comfortable or there's not enough people or maybe, you just can't go. Well, you can, give that amount of money, multiply that times the gate that they're losing. So I think that's a number.
Yesterday we were talking to the kids, and we've tried to prepare them for everything that could possibly happen. And, we're still up in the air. Are we going to play, or something going to come up where they're going to shut everything down? And, of course, the last couple of weeks I've tried to be positive. If we're playing like we're playing next Saturday.
Right.
And so I was talking to Mr. Gray yesterday, and he was leaving.
Good morning, Vic.
Yeah, he was leaving as I was coming in to unlock the locker room for the kids to change and get ready. And he said, "Coach, we're playing next Saturday." And I said, "That's all I needed to hear." That's all I needed to hear. And so when I told the kids, you could see the glow on their face. I've been preparing them that there's always a small chance that we may not play. But when we told him, now unless somebody else changes their mind, obviously, he said, "We're going to play next Saturday."
I got a feeling these kids are going to find a hay field to play in if they got to.
Well, yeah, and and I was telling the coaches yesterday after our practice, we practice inside because we do practice on the band field, and it was sloppy, and I didn't want to tear the fields up, and they didn't want the kids to slip and fall and get injured. So we went inside. Is it a good thing to be inside? No, not really, but it's something that we can be doing. And they were so excited about being out, being able to play, that we've got some kids, Dennis, that I got one kid, he's an 8th grader, and I'll just share his quick story. He played junior pro. I love our junior pro coaches. They donate their time. They're not being paid to do any sport. But yet this one kid played, he came to us as a 7th grader last year. He's an 8th grader this year. And after the first game of the season last year, his team won their first game. And I looked at him and I said, "What's the matter? Why are you crying? Are you hurt?" No. He said, "Coach, I played junior pro for the last 2 years, and I never won a game." This was the first game this young man had won in 3 years.
That's awesome.
Tears.
Right.
I'm going, and how did it make me feel? I got chill bumps, just telling that story, because it's just the glow of he had winning his first football game in 3 years. And I'm going,
and
wow.
That's what sports mean to these kids, that some people that don't play sports really don't comprehend. But if you put a uniform on at any time in your life, you understand what that kid was thinking.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, and that's why we say once a Tiger, always a Tiger, because that's an alumni that you don't just walk away from.
And, like I was telling some of them yesterday, I said, I'm not sure with our busing how we're going to get, and we moved all of our stuff from the high school equipment room or the field house down to the middle school.
WPKY Princeton.
Yeah. And so we kind of consolidated somewhat, and so we're with 47 kids in a small locker room. We've kind of made that social distancing, and we've moved another room, opened it up for our 7th graders, and then one room for our 8th graders, and it's kind of tight in there. So we have to find some way of getting from the middle school to the field in a week's time, or whenever we play home games. Well, the options are, which I think the bus issue is probably not. So we're going to have to walk from the middle school down to the game field. Well, as you know, we're talking about 7th and 8th grade kids. Their venture from one spot to one spot may veer them off the course. And so we've got to be sure that we have some guidance along the way to keep them in line to get them to the stadium at a certain time. And so it's a challenging time, but I wouldn't change it for nothing, because especially if we get to hear those whistles blow and they say it's kickoff time, that's all we're after right now.
I'm going to tell you what, I appreciate you being here. I love him to death. I think you've done for CJ. See? You've done for CJ what Coach Fralick did for me.
Yeah.
And you continue to do that for a lot of kids. So I appreciate that very much.
One quick thing. I forgot to do this, and I know he may not be listening because he's got 2 young daughters up in his classroom right now. My son has a birthday today.
Oh, is it today?
Today.
Oh.
And that's one of my glory days, I should say. 37 years ago, I was blessed to have a son. Now he's in the school system. Now he does the things that probably his dad and granddad have instilled in him to be around those kids. So, Daniel, if you're listening, happy birthay, buddy. Love you.
Oh, he's amazing, by the way. You did good with that one.
Yeah, I did good with that.
Where did he get his height from?
It wasn't from his sister, I can tell you that, because she's the short one.
I had to ask. I couldn't help myself. I actually was bet that I wouldn't ask you that. So, I didn't know one.
But it wasn't me. I'm sure he didn't get his height from that. But, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, we appreciate your son and you as well. And again, what would you tell somebody to come and donate? What?
Come and what?
Donate.
Donate.
I
mean, obviously, do it for the kids. If you want to see this community prosper, not only football, there's other sports that we have. And they're fixing to start up. We're just at a disadvantage right now. Support these businesses, whatever you can do to help them.
Black Patch Grill, 10% today.
That's what I heard. This gentleman beside me, before I forget, him and Mr. Hayes, kudos to them.
They're amazing.
They are amazing. And Mr. Rogers and those that are involved in athletics, whether it be whatever sport it is, they take time out of their schedule, away from their families, to go broadcast the games so local people can hear them.
And I'm going to tell you, before
Dennis.
Todd gets in here, I'm going to tell on him, too. He goes to practices. He goes to middle school, high school, junior pro, to all of it. And I will tell you, I don't think I've been counting the number of consecutive games that Todd Griffin has been to, the football games, and it's just out of this world. It's ridiculous. So you got to catch up with him.
Yeah.
He's on trail to catch up with Philip Phelps, but I'm a long way from
But that's the only person that we know of that's beaten him at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's some dedication to an organization, and we appreciate him as well. Really and truly, if you can't come by the studio today, all you have to do is go on our website. It's actually right there on our front page, right under contest, deals, jobs. If you click, it says Support Tiger Athletics, and you click on that, and it'll take you straight to our loyal listener Big Deals page, where you can donate right there. And it's got a $500 increment, $10, $50, $250, $25, and $100 little gift certificates there. And all you have to do is click on them. You can do it right from your phone. It is so simple to do. But I'll tell you, just for a few dollars, you can make a huge difference in a kid's life. And that's one of those snowballs that just keeps on going. You can grow your army pretty quick.
Right.
So thank you so much, Coach Gay. We appreciate you. And thank to Coach Fralick for coming in. And Dennis, well, I appreciate it. I hope you're not going nowhere. You'll be here
I can hang around a little while. I got to be in here with Bob.
I saw Bob come in. Bob's here now. So as well as a lot of other people too. So come on out and see us. You can hang with all of us and try to get in on that prize pack with all of the autographed balls and memorabilia. It is Tiger Day on 1580 103.3 WPKY.
Candidate for Senate, and I approve this message.
7,000 miles. That's how far China is from Kentucky. But given how Mitch McConnell votes in the Senate, you'd think he was China's senator instead of Kentucky's. Over his 36 years in Congress, Mitch McConnell voted for 14 trade deals, shipping jobs to countries like China. Mitch McConnell's trade policies even led to N95 mask companies outsourcing production to China. And then when we needed those masks during this pandemic, China confiscated them. China blocked the shipments of life-saving masks to the United States because they could. Mitch McConnell's trade policies have made China richer and their military stronger. And you know who's made millions from China? Mitch McConnell and his family's shipping business. Mitch McConnell, 36 years is long enough. Paid for by Amy McGrath for Senate.
At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first.
This is Mike Yelke, proudly serving Princeton, Kentucky and surrounding areas.
Fortner Gas is a full-service propane company offering services in Western Kentucky. You'll find offices located in Princeton and Cadiz. They're your local and family-owned propane supplier. Browse their website and discover the many services and products available to you at Fortner Gas. You can shop in person or online, and they can answer any and all questions in person or on the phone. If they are already your propane supplier, they say thank you. If not, they'd love to be. Contact Fortner Gas Company, a family tradition of service since 1951.
Planters Bank remains committed to delivering the highest level of support to its customers during this challenging time. In addition to their regular in-location and drive-through services, Planters Bank offers many remote banking services. You can check your balance, make a deposit, transfer money, and even fill out a loan or credit card application online. To learn more about their convenient banking tools, visit plantersbankonline.com.
This is Big John, Big John's Barbecue. Just like to thank everyone for voting for us for the best food truck again this year. We look forward to serving fantastic food every day. Thank you, and y'all have a good day.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. And Doug.
Where's the money, Karen?
I'm sorry, the money?
The money you saved by having Liberty Mutual customize your home insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
Oh, that money. I used it to add to my collection of clown paintings. Take a look.
Amazing. Wow.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Celebrating 70 years of community service. We're 1580, 103.3 WPKY Princeton.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster. Joe Biden gives a speech today about how the Trump administration's coronavirus response has made school reopenings more difficult. Education Secretary Betsy DeVos tells Fox Biden has turned his back on kids in favor of teachers' unions.
Joe Biden probably doesn't remember it, but in 1997, he gave an impassioned speech on the Senate floor in favor of school choice.
The Trump administration, under public health law because of the coronavirus pandemic, is preventing evictions of people making under $99,000 a year.
Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin told a House committee the president's action could help 40 million renters.
The president is using executive authority, which will allow for a moratorium so that people who are impacted by this don't get thrown out of their rental homes.
Renters are required to certify getting evicted could put them out on the streets.
Fox's Rachel Sutherland. Back rent could still be demanded later. America's listening to Fox News.
It's Tiger Day, our chance to help Caldwell County High School athletes. Donate online at our loyal listener Big Deal store or stop by our studios at WPKY.
Tiger Day continues here on 1580 103.3 WPKY. Good morning, everyone. Todd Griffin in the WPKY studios today. We got a full house. Tess is still with us. Dennis Stevens is here. Bob Hayes is here. Caldwell County Lady Tiger basketball coach Chuck Mitchell in the house with us, and we're going to have a lot of Tiger sports conversation throughout the day. Did get a donation this morning already, $100 from Mrs. Barbara Hobby. That's in memory of Bill Hobby, and it's from Barbara, Rhonda, and Eddie, Mike and Pam, and their entire family. And guys, I think a lot of us could talk about Bill Hobby for a while because he coached me for 3 or 4 years in basketball and a couple of years in baseball. And, we shouldn't hold him accountable for that. I mean, he didn't have a lot to work with me, but certainly Bill was just a fantastic guy and a great coach.
One of those just icons of Little League Baseball. He and Billy Ray Newby on the Sports Sox. I played for them for 2 or 3 years and look back and just nothing but fond memories of him. He was great at what he did.
I'm sure he got every ounce of talent out of you that you had to give.
Whatever I had. I mean, yeah, I'm sure, but that was losing Bill back in March, and again, just such a great guy and such big memories of playing Little League ball. And like I said, a lot of the sports knowledge I have came from watching Bill coach. I got Chuck Mitchell with us today, and Chuck, the Lady Tiger basketball team, preparing for a season, and kind of a weird off season for you guys.
Yeah, we're chomping at the bits to get back in the gym. We're excited to get back. I know a lot of the girls are calling me, but before I get started with that, I want to talk about Coach Fralick. William Fralick, he stepped down. He kind of surprised me at one of our earlier practices before we got shut out, and just said he's going to step down. He's very professional. Kids loved him. I mean, he's like an icon there. I talked to him a couple times a week still, and I actually talked to him yesterday and sent him a video of one of his stories he told the girls. He always tells stories, and we're going to miss him. We're going to miss him a lot, and if you're out there listening, Coach Fralick, we love you, and we're going to miss you this year.
Well, I heard Coach Fralick say on the way in this morning that he needed to give it up to somebody who had more energy. I really think he just wants to hunt and fish some more.
Yeah, but he was always coming in with his fishing stories and his pictures for me. So, yeah, enjoy your retirement, Coach.
So what are some of the things your girls are doing? Are they working on their own at this point to try to get ready for this upcoming season?
Yes, sir. We got 5 seniors this year, and I'm in contact with them through different ways through text and through other ways. But, J.C. Jaggers had her injury. She was down for a while. She's back to about 85%, 90% now. She's moving real well. And she's playing, shooting it at home. Paris Gray is working out probably 2 times a day. She's really working hard. So most of the kids are really, they're doing what they can do at home. They're doing a lot of conditioning, and then they're getting some shots up.
Well, one thing that struck me last year, and I guess all of us can talk about this, is the injury bug just got you guys so much last year that it was really hard for you to build any momentum going into the postseason because you had to work around that so much.
Every time we turned around, somebody was going down. It was like, deer in the headlights. We were just being hit with something. Always having to adapt and adjust and try to make a new lineup. And the coaches were, they were trying to figure it out. I had a great coaching staff. They were always trying to help me and figure out what we could do. But it was pretty rough. I'm hoping we got all that out of the way and there won't be anything like that again.
Well, and the big thing is you lose your point guard. I mean, that I've always said in high school basketball, a point guard is worth its weight in gold, and that's just the catalyst on the team.
That's what makes the show run. Jada made our show run, and she, when she went down, it hurt us a little bit as far as playing for sure, but mentally the kids, got down. But Maj Hollowell stepped in. I thought she played tremendous, running the team. She's so strong, so quick, so she kind of stepped in, and Jada was there during practices helping us, and, maybe one day she'll be a coach. But definitely when your point guard goes down, it's something that it's hard to overcome.
Coach, I was going to say that just when you said she may be a coach someday. Bob and I got to interview Jada after her injury. I think it was at the district or regional tournament 1. But just articulate, smart kid, basketball knowledge, just blew you away out of somebody that's 17, 18 years old, and the things she knew out on the court, what she looked for, and able to lead that team like she did. She will be a coach.
She will be a coach. She took the air out of us a little bit, out of me too, when she went down, because I didn't really have to explain anything to her because she knew what we needed, and she went out and executed. So plus her leadership, that was a big loss. But we had to. The show must go on, and we stepped up with Maj, and the other girls responded, and we won some games we probably shouldn't have, and we had to adapt our system. We like to run, we like to press, and then we had to figure it out. So I like the way our team adapted to it and came back, and they just did what they had to do.
Well, looking forward, do you still want to get back to the pressing and the playing fast, or do you just kind of adjust the talent that you have?
Well, you got, Tamia Walker coming back as a senior, just quick and can do a lot of things, and with Maj and even Carson. But, we may have to rethink a few things. We won't be as deep. We'll have A.J. Hollowell coming back, and Presley McKinney, she'll be coming back. And then, somebody who is going to be a player, and I think Katie Smiley's going to be a player, and she's going to be back helping us. So at some point, I think we're going to have to figure out which is the best system for us. We'll adapt to whatever they can do the best. I said when I came in last year, we had all that quickness, and I'm talking about all of them. We're going to miss Lucy. She was pretty fast, but the players this year are going to be a different style.
I've always been trying to convince Coach Mitchell that he needs to get up 80 shots a game because as a math guy, I like percentages. If you hit 20% of 80 or 30% of 80, that's better than 20 or 30% of 50.
Well, I think Bella tried to do that for you. When Bella would shoot it, sometimes the coach would
and
say.
Sometimes our best offense is shoot the ball and go for the rebound. And you're in a position where you can do something.
Sometimes you pass it too much. Guess what happens?
Yes, exactly.
You turn it over.
Exactly.
But Bella would shoot some shots. And what is she doing? And it would go in.
Bella had a unique rim English that somehow she crawled in 2 or 3 shots a game.
It took me all year to get used to it. I'm just going to say, okay, when she shoots it, she's going in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going down.
It's going in. Or she'll go get it, yeah. I don't know how it gets up there when she's under the basket.
Well, she had it figured out, though. I mean, she knew what she could do, and she went and did it. I mean,
yeah, and then they'd back off of her when she'd drive, and she'd hit the 3, So.
But there is something to be said for getting a lot of shots up. Those good Caldwell County teams back in the 60s, Bob, the ones that went to state, had the Greg Smiths and those kind of guys. I think that was the way they played. They put up 80 or 90 shots a game.
Coach Withrow, if you had the ball more than 4 seconds, you were coming out of the game.
Yeah.
I like that.
If you didn't get a ball up, and those guys could play, shoot, run, defend, rebound with
Todd,
the best of them.
I think you put that same philosophy in on a few Finkel's Fair Store teams in Little League, too.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing wrong with shooting the ball.
No.
That's what basketball's about.
That's exactly right. It can't go in unless you shoot, is what I tell the girls.
Somebody told me that once upon a time.
Yeah.
You can't score if you don't shoot it.
That's exactly right.
Well, even a bad shot might go in, and the thing about a shot is you can rebound it if it doesn't go in. So I've seen teams whose best offense was crashing the boards.
Yeah, Carson Parker's just under there waiting.
Yeah.
And, we're really missing all this time. We wanted to work some of Carson before soccer started because we're going to be expecting some offense out of her this year. I think she's got it in her, and we're going to run some stuff for her, and I want her to get confidence because I think she could be a player. I really do.
And being a goalkeeper is going to toughen her up too.
Yeah. She's really quick. She could defend the post, get around somebody, and get to steal, get a tip. And I don't know how quick she could be until the second game when she get around it when we was playing Lyon County. So she really surprised me. Looking forward to seeing what she's going to do this year offensively.
It is Tiger Day here on WPKY, and Coach, just want to kind of get your first impressions when you came here to Caldwell County.
Well, when I first came here, I know Coach Thomas pretty good, and it was really exciting because I knew some of the kids where we played them, and when I came here, the faculty, the administration, the high school, middle school, central office, unbelievable, so nice and so welcoming. Anything I needed, I fell in love with it. I mean, unfortunately, all this stuff happened. We were sitting at the state tournament when they shoved us out, getting ready to watch Marshall and Henderson County. And but I love this place. I love the people. I've heard there's some golfers in this county. I'm not for sure. I'll probably see it someday.
Dennis is the best left-handed golfer in Caldwell County.
Well, I'm left-handed.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
I'm right-handed, but I hit it left.
We'll get a chance to see Saturday.
I've got some shot collars find my balls when they go out. But anyway, I love it here. I love the people. It's I'd love to be able to. My kids love it here. I'd love to get back some normality for everybody, so we can see each other. I like seeing people and hanging out. But it's a great place to live and raise your kids for sure.
Todd, I don't know what game it was. It was maybe midway through the season. We were just getting to know Coach Mitchell. But the topic came up some way of Ric Flair and putting a big woo on something. It came up, and I thought, this guy's going to be all right in Caldwell County.
Woo.
Well, what does it take to kind of build a program, and what's your plans in the future to try to build that Lady Tiger basketball program up?
Well, of course, you got to have a great feeder program, and I'm at the middle school, so I'm getting to see a lot of the kids and talking to them. Unfortunately, we wasn't able to get anybody in the gym this spring, those young girls. So they're out doing AAU and stuff like that, travel ball and stuff. A lot of softball right now, but some are playing basketball. So we got our eye on a lot of the young kids. I would like to be more involved with the Little League. Here I maybe be at more of that stuff and try to figure out who we've got. Go to the elementary and talk to the girls. And, take some of my high school kids down there and talk to them. That's the way I built it at Harlan. But we were so compact, it was easy to get from school to school. I'd take high school girls over and we'd talk in their uniforms, try to get them involved, do some different things with them. But that's the big thing. It's a different world right now. So we've got to figure out how to get the kids involved and wanting to play, because it's a tough game, and it's almost year-round.
Well, one of the things a lot of the coaches have talked about the fall sports is trying to make practice interesting, because a lot of times they can't scrimmage. It's basically just conditioning, and like a couple of coaches said, we're basically bringing them in to run, and what kind of fun is that?
Exactly.
So it's been tough for coaches to make those practices interesting and maybe keep the kids involved in trying to get better.
Yeah, we were conditioning before we got shut down, before we could use we actually got to use a basketball for about a week, but we were doing three-man weave down without a basketball, just to try to make it more interesting. So you've got to have the kids got to have fun. They coming in every day and running sprints just ain't. There's no end to it.
I remember doing a three-man weave with a medicine ball. I think I would take doing it without a ball over that. That was tough.
Yeah, that would be tough. Woo.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you coming by today.
Yes,
what's kind of the outlook for the upcoming season? I know last year you guys probably didn't win as many games as you'd hoped to or wanted to, but I thought it was still a great season when you take into account everything you guys battled last year.
Yes, sir, I do too. People like Morgan McDaniels stepped up and we're going to expect a lot out of her this year. She stepped up and played some good basketball, and we're going to miss those 3 seniors bad, but we got 5 seniors coming in this year, and we're excited about what we could do. Like we was talking earlier, maybe a different style of basketball than we did last year, but we'll see. Our big thing right now is we want to get back in the gym and get to work.
As far as the schedule goes for you guys, what kind of changes can we expect for basketball because of the COVID-19 situation?
Well, I've not heard anything as far as scheduling. I've got my schedule set. I was told the other day that I'm approved to go to our Gateway Classic, which is in Montgomery County, which will have a lot of good teams there, and it's December 19th, 20th, and 21st. So we'll go down there and stay a couple nights and play. If everything goes well, that's what we're planning on doing. That's a little change, and kids will get to see different. There'll be scouts there. I was telling JC that, so it'll be an exciting time.
This is Tiger Day. Dennis, Bob, any other questions for the coach?
No, other than good luck for the upcoming season, and I agree. What you just said a while ago was that I think it's real important for any high school team to be laden with seniors. Last year we had some excellent seniors. This year we've got outstanding leadership, and the younger kids feed off of that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And Coach, I know you probably see JC in practice working hard and trying to rehab that knee. I want to give her a tip of the hat because you see her away from the gym doing the running and the walking and the strength and shooting in the driveway. That kid's putting the time in, and we can't wait to see what she can do on the floor this year.
That's the kind of, those are the kids that make you want to coach. She's always texting, wanting, I need to get up and get some shots up. And she's working out. She's jumping 30 inches vertical jump just hard as she can. She's worked her tail off, and I want it for all of our kids and our seniors, but I think, she deserves it. She's getting some looks, and I think she deserves it.
Can't wait to see some sports again.
Oh, I want to see a game of some kind. It don't matter.
Coach, if you could it kind of express to people how important giving to the athletics department and how much this will mean to the athletic department and the kids.
Right, yeah. It's so important because, our kids, out there, sports is what drives them. Sports keeps them in school. Sports keeps their minds busy. And, paying for stuff is sometimes very, very hard. And we work raising money, and we do what we got to do. But anything you can do for these kids, you think about it. Just do it for the kids because they deserve it and they need it.
Well, you can do it directly from the website, WPKYonline.com. It's right there on the front of our website. Very easy with a one-click, Todd. They can do that. And or they can drop by the studio, and we'll take their donations and get them registered for some great autographed memorabilia and T-shirts and all kinds of stuff.
Absolutely. Coach, thanks for coming by today. Appreciate it always.
For Dennis. Woo! Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Need to get to a break, but we've got Emma Talley standing by. We'll be talking to her in just a minute as we continue here on 1580 103.3 WPKY.
Listen up, please. Get out the blue and gold. Fabulous. It's Tiger Day, 1580 103.3 WPKY.
Labor Day savings are now at the Home Depot, and your fall project list is now even more affordable. Use our mobile app to search, shop, and save. Flexible delivery options that bring everything you need right to your door. And if you need tools for a project, but not forever, you can rent them. You won't find a better toolbox anywhere else. Take on fall with Labor Day savings now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. U.S. only while supplies last valid through September 7th.
Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast is brought to you by Cozy Living Interiors and Boutique.
Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast. An unsettled period of weather will continue today through tomorrow with rounds of rain and thunderstorms. We're going to see today's high around 82, tonight's low around 72. Then tomorrow, again, more rain and thunderstorms in the forecast with a high around 83. And Friday, partly sunny, high around 81. But again, today, more rain, and we could even see some strong to severe storms this afternoon staying into the early evening hours. Otherwise, mostly cloudy sky with a high around 82.
In 1950, a postage stamp, 3 cents, and WPKY was on the radio. We're celebrating 70 years of community service. 1580 103.3 WPKY. It's Tiger Day, our chance to help Caldwell County High School athletes. Donate online at our loyal listener Big Deal store or stop by our studios at WPKY.
1580 103.3 WPKY. This is Tiger Day. We've already had some people drop by donations here at the studio at 1035 West Main Street. Come on by and be on the show, and we'll put you on the air and talk Tiger sports. Right now on the phone with us, we have Emma Talley, one of Caldwell County's most esteemed alums. And Emma, good morning, and how are things going on the LPGA Tour for you?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, everything's going really well right now. I have a few days off, so I'm enjoying some rest and then back on the road on Sunday.
Yeah, it looks like you've been on a bit of a roll. You said maybe a month and a half ago that your game was in pretty good shape, and it looks like you were right on with that.
Yeah, the quarantine was really good for my golf game, and it allowed me to get my confidence back after a rough year last year, and I was able to practice. Kind of just getting a better rhythm than I was, and it was great to be strong. And it's been a hard month I lost a best friend about a month ago, but I know he's there on the golf course with me, so I think that has helped my mind too, just putting life and sports into perspective. But everything's been really good. I'm excited about the rest of the season. Qualifying my way through different things, so I get to play in another major next week, so I'm pretty pumped about that.
Oh, that's great. You mentioned Cullen Brown, the former Lyon County standout, and just all-around great guy, great golfer. I thought he had the perfect demeanor for a golfer. He just kind of let everything go, and he, such a strong player and such a great person. But it was so great watching the Women's British Open on TV, because Sophia Popov actually had a blue ribbon on her cap for Cullen when she won.
Yeah, her boyfriend, who was on her bag, actually played golf at UK with Cullen. And so I was there when she made the winning putt. She didn't even have LPGA status, and she won. And, of course, I lost it, but she looked at me and pointed at the ribbon, pointed up to the skies. And she's a great girl, and she's actually been through a lot herself. So it was really cool to watch her play and win. And actually, I've never seen that many LPGA girls stay to the end of a tournament to celebrate with someone. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Well, how difficult is what she did? Because you've gone through all those things. You played on the lower tour to get to the LPGA Tour. How difficult is it to pull off what she did and winning a major like that?
Yeah, everyone was pretty shocked. But, she's finished, I think, 13th and 14th on the Symetra Tour a few times. She's older than I am. She's been on the Symetra probably for about 5 or 6 years now. And she's still grinding it out, and that just shows the kind of person she is. She hasn't given up, and she obviously had a lot of confidence going into the week, because to really be that confident going into the last day and play as well as she did, and the course was brutal, especially with the weather. She played great golf. I have to say she beat everyone. Not many people had that game like she did that week.
Yeah, it seemed like she just dominated that last day. And what did she do that maybe the rest of the field couldn't do?
I have no clue, because I have no idea. The first day, everybody thought even par would win, and she shot 8 under total. And everyone thought that even par the whole week would win. So she just dominated. I didn't see her play much except the last day, which the last day wasn't windy. Like the other 3 days, Thursday and Friday were some of the hardest rounds of golf I've ever played in my life. I remember I hit a 3-wood going into the second hole, and I had 130 yards. I hit 3-wood short. So you can imagine kind of what the weather was like. It was crazy. I've never played anything like that before on Friday. So yeah, I don't know what she did, but she did it well.
Well, and the courses over there are a little more difficult and a little different than what you play here in the States anyway, right?
Well, I wouldn't even call them more difficult. They're actually not as hard when the weather's great. But when the weather is as hard as it was, like I said, it's the hardest golf I've ever played in my life. Especially, I mean, with the pot bunkers around the greens. And, yeah, it was the hardest golf I've ever played at the British Open. The Scottish was hard as well because the greens were firm and it was blowing 30 miles an hour. 30 miles an hour is normal. So that's like what you're going to get every day. And then you can get gusts when the wind's blowing really hard, it can be 50. So plus rain. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy.
Well, when you get on some of those courses over there, are you taken aback sometimes? Are you like, wow, I'm at Royal Troon? Or are you just there to try to play the best you can and win a tournament?
Oh, yeah. Like during the practice rounds, of course, the weather was perfect. It was sunny. We all had like pants and a T-shirt or a collared shirt, short sleeve shirt on. And we were all taking videos and pictures. And then all of a sudden Thursday came around and they actually had a storm that had a name. What was the name? Emily or something? Anyways, the storm had a name. So when you're playing on the ocean and there's a storm coming that has a name, you know that's a problem.
Emma, this is Dennis Stevens. Good morning.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing great, and I can say I've also know what it's like to hit a 130-yard 3-wood, but that's in sunny weather with no wind. So you've seen my swing. Emma, you know what we're doing today with Tiger Day here at WPKY. Tell the listeners a little bit about how you went from a high school player that was a state champion, but tell us about your aspirations to get to play at the places that you're playing right now that just are dream courses for some of us that would like to go to, that you're getting to actually do that and how it started in high school for you.
Yeah, I mean, I started playing golf when I was 9 years old, and as most of Princeton knows, I live on the golf course and fell in love with it. I remember when everyone thought my dad was making me practice, and we would laugh at home about it and say, absolutely not. Like, I'm still obsessed with it, and you have to be obsessed with something to be super successful at it. And I won basically everything I could when I was in high school. I mean, I started winning the regionals when I was in 6th grade, and then I won state 3 of the 4 years. Probably should have been 4 if I could have added correctly. But, yeah, I mean, it all started with that confidence, I think, for me, because then all of a sudden you go from high school golf to amateur golf and then amateur golf to college golf, and I played at University of Alabama. I remember calling the coach there at Alabama in Miss Farmer's class one day in computers. So I committed to go to college when I was in school one day, and then went to Symetra Tour, and now I'm getting to play my dream on the LPGA, and hopefully this dream continues for a long time. I'm getting to play with the best players in the world on the best courses in the world, and getting to make money playing golf at the age of 26. So, yeah, it's been really a dream come true, and sometimes I have to take a step back and think about it. But honestly, my dad always says, you have no idea how lucky you are, and I don't think I do, because it's all been somewhat of a process. You know, you're super successful at one level, and then you go to the next level and you're successful. It's just kind of been a stepping stone. So this is kind of my life now, and one day I know I'll be looking back and think of all the cool things that I've been able to do. But right now, just living it and trying to live every day and enjoy every day, enjoy the walk, as Cullen would say, and enjoy just each and every day that I'm out there.
Well, I know during the quarantine you were able to give a youth seminar, youth clinic, and you had a little 7-year-old girl that's I'm kind of partial to, that loved it and had a ball that day, and is just loving having your autograph on her golf bag, and she wants to hit your ball that you signed and gave the kids that day. But the other day when you were on, I think you made a long putt on 16, working to make the cut. And we were watching, and she wanted to rewind it over and over and say, that's him. Where's she playing at this week, and where's she get to go? So you're doing a great thing, and you're a big influence on a lot of kids. We've talked with a few coaches this morning about the influence that they have on kids. You're already doing that at 26 years old, just to let you know.
Thank you. And, yeah, I think, I don't know if Princeton has had many clinics like that, but kudos to Coach Stallins, Stephanie Stallins. I mean, she kind of asked me to do that, and we had a lot. The night before, she texted me, we had doubled the amount of kids, so it was a little more hectic than I originally planned, but it went from 15 kids to 30 kids in one night. It was great. I hope that some of those kids enjoyed it and they'll play golf. I was so excited to see that we have a golf team this year. There has been a golf team at Caldwell for a long time, and it's so funny. People always kind of, I don't want to say made fun, but golf wasn't the biggest sport when I was in high school. And now it's funny because all those kids are saying, hey, can you teach me how to play golf? Because as y'all know, golf is a forever sport. You can play golf forever. And so I have even people from Alabama's football team text me and say, can you give me golf lessons? So I encourage people, even if you don't play on the team, play, because one day you're going to want to, because it's great. It's a great game. It's a great social game, and it's a game that you can play forever.
Emma, you mentioned the state championships you had at Caldwell County and the one you didn't get. Tell us a little bit about that one, and do you still get recognized? do people still say, hey, are you that girl?
Yes, I actually do. That happens all the time. When I'm on the LPGA Tour, I at least have someone mention it a few times a year, and it's so funny because that was 10 years ago, maybe 11 years ago. I can't remember if I was 15 or 16. But, yeah, me and my playing partner, we just completely forgot about a shot on 18. And I signed my scorecard, and I did all these interviews about winning my second state championship. And then I'll never forget, my dad came up to me and said, the scoreboard has you at the wrong score. And I said, what? And he made me go through all the holes, and we couldn't figure out what hole it was. And then we got to 18, and I realized what had happened. I made a bogey, and me and the other girl wrote down a par because I had hit a shot behind a tree on my tee shot and just punched out. And I had won by 8 strokes that day. So, I wasn't in the right mindset, but I learned a great lesson early. And I think, obviously golf is a sport of integrity and honesty. And I knew what to do as soon as we figured out that the score was wrong. But, of course it was hard, but it is something that has stuck with me and my name for a long time. And even my sponsors love that story, and they use it all the time at different functions. So I think it's just something that happened to me, and that I was able to learn that lesson, because I'll be honest, I am so careful at the scoring tent compared to everybody else. So it'll never, hopefully, knock on wood, it'll never happen again. But I think it was a good story, and I think I hope that someone else will learn from it, because there have been a lot of stories that are just like very similar, So that was my sophomore year of high school, and it hasn't happened since.
Yeah, that had to be very difficult to have to turn yourself in and be disqualified like that. But you've earned more bonus points for that than you ever would have by winning that championship.
Oh, for sure. I really have. People, I remember right after that, there was a USA Today article about it, which is just crazy. I mean, who would have ever thought? I never got in the USA Today by winning a state championship, but I got in there for disqualifying myself. So pretty crazy. But, yeah, like I said, I think it's a great lesson, and I have told a lot of kids that story, because I think sometimes that's lost in sports, unfortunately. But in golf, it's so important. So I'm glad that I was able to do the right thing, and with my parents' support and kind of leadership in that.
This is Tiger Day on 1580, 103.3 WPKY, talking with Emma Talley this morning. And Emma's been busy on the LPGA Tour, but Emma, you mentioned you finally get a little bit of an off week. What do you do with an off week?
Well, right now, I actually came to Princeton yesterday just for the day. My mom's birthday was last Friday, so we had a birthday cake. And then I also saw my friends, the Browns, yesterday, and visited with them for a little bit outside on their porch, of course, social distancing. And, now I'm back in Nashville at my home and just going to kind of relax. I have my first tee time this afternoon, so I'll start practicing again this afternoon. But just kind of taking it easy, getting some rest. 5-week stretch is a lot because you play golf every single day for 5 weeks, and I also went to a different country for 2 weeks. So I am tired, and that's the first time we've done that for a long time. But this next one's just a 2-week stretch, but it is a major next week. So I'm really excited about that. I love that golf course, and I actually just fired my caddy again. As most people know, I really struggle with caddies, even though I date one. But I hired the caddy that I had my rookie year, so I'm really excited to have him back on my bag. I kind of took him for granted my first year out there, and I really miss him, and he was available, so I had to make a move, and I'm super excited about it. So my game's in a great spot. Like I said, I'll start practicing this afternoon, and I'm pretty pumped to see what can happen next week.
You've already had a great career golf. Looking back to your high school days, what are maybe some of the favorite memories or things that stick out to you from playing high school golf?
Well, I had Dennis Tomek as my coach, and then I had Coach Jackson and Kelly. I had Kelly for a while, and then I had Coach Jackson, and then I had, of course, my parents were always there. But I had Donald McGregor was there one year. We had so much fun. I will be honest, we didn't really have a team whenever I was going through, but the guys always had a few people, and I still give a few of those older guys, because I started playing on the high school team when I was in 6th grade. So a lot of those guys are quite a bit older than me, and I still remember, and I can't believe I had any friends at all, because I remember coming off the course and asking these 17, 18-year-old boys, what'd you shoot today? And they would say a score, and I'd say, well, I shot 37, and I would beat them by several strokes, and they would be so mad. But it was, y'all know how golf is. Y'all both are lovers of golf, and I think just making as many friends as I did, I can go to any county almost in the state of Kentucky, and I know somebody. And I think that's just the coolest thing. I know someone, and now I can say that for I know a lot of people from a lot of countries now, which is really cool. But high school golf is really important to me, and obviously I wish I would have played other sports. I kind of regret that now looking back. I love sports, and I still play basketball every once in a while, and I do regret not playing more sports. So I would also encourage people to continue to play. I know that's hard right now with traveling sports and stuff, but here I am, a professional athlete, and I kind of wish I would have played more sports in high school, because you only get one shot at that. So for me, I had a great high school career, but I would say I wish I would have played more sports. That's something I regret.
Emma, while you were able to give some lessons at the local course to a few people. And when I got word of it, I thought, well, do I need to do this or do I don't? Because I've never had a lesson in my life. So I said, I'm going to try this. How often do you get a chance to take a lesson from a professional that you actually know? So we did it for, an hour, 15 minutes. We hit so many Callaway golf balls. I was wore out. But at the end, I told you, and I meant this, I was more nervous going into that lesson than you were 20 years ago playing goalie for me in the soccer game behind First Christian Church. Oh, gosh, that is too good. I have to say, I was a pretty good goalie, too, don't you think? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you were. Until that day I ruined it for you. And when you remember punting it backwards into the goal. Into the goal. And you started to cry. So we came out on the field, and we just sat and talked for a minute. We just stopped the game right there, sat and talked about things. And you came out. But those are so fun times. And we're just so proud of you, both I am and as a community. We're proud of everything you're doing and the way you hold yourself and some of the things you do that aren't noticed that we know you get to do as far as your text
Thank you.
messages and some of your prayer groups, and you just keep up the good work.
Thank you. And it's a kudos to our community. I mean, I tell people all the time, there are girls that there's a girl that was the number one amateur in the world when she was in high school, and she said her high school didn't even know she was a golfer. And I tell people all the time, like, we have the best community. We have so much support. And even now, I tell people how small and how supportive Princeton is to me. And they just cannot believe the support that I get and how much love. And I tell them, it's not just me. It's any person that plays sports or whatever they do. I mean, we have so many talented people in Princeton. Honestly, if you look, the older I get, the more I realize that there are a lot of people that have been so successful in whatever they do, whether it's business or music or sports. I mean, it's incredible. Princeton is really supportive, and I think that's a huge part of why I'm successful, honestly. So thank you for having me, and I'll be sure to go on the website and donate today. I hope somebody will join me.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. We appreciate you coming on. I think I told you 10 minutes, and we talked to you for over 20. So, as
That's
always,
okay.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
I talk too much, so that's not your fault.
No, not at all.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank y'all. Have a good day.
You too. That's Emma Talley, professional golfer on the LPGA Tour, and always enjoy talking to Emma Talley. Dennis, I could talk golf with her for a while, but I think the game she plays and the game I play are completely different.
It's totally different. When I took that lesson, I didn't know all the things that I did wrong, and I thought I was doing pretty well at times. So had a great time with her out there, but she's just a personable young lady. You can go up, and if you just meet her, she's one of those ones you're going to be a friend and be able to share a conversation in 5 minutes with her. She's just a good person.
Absolutely. We need to get to another break here on Tiger Day, though. Stay with us. More to come here on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
Tigers don't try, they win. The greatest comeback of all time. Tiger Day. Donate online at our loyal listener Big Deal store or stop by our studios at WPKY.
This is Sam Meeks with Bella Marie Boutique. Thank you for voting Bella Marie as the best of Western Kentucky boutique 3 years in a row. We are so appreciative of our loyal customers. None of this would be possible without you all.
Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast. An unsettled period of weather will continue today through tomorrow with rounds of rain and thunderstorms. We're going to see today's high around 82, tonight's low around 72. Then tomorrow, again, more rain and thunderstorms in the forecast with the high around 83. And Friday, partly sunny, high around 81. But again, today, more rain, and we could even see some strong to severe storms this afternoon and into the early evening hours. Otherwise, mostly cloudy sky with the high around 82.
At First Southern National Bank, we place a high value on the well-being of our customers and communities. With that in mind, we are taking steps that demonstrate how much we care about you. Our drive-through lanes will be available for daily needs, while in-person services can be scheduled by appointment. Take advantage of our online banking, our mobile banking app, and a friendly team member answering your call. Visit fsnb.net to learn more. First Southern National Bank, member FDIC.
Step into the Joint Barbecue Restaurant in Eddyville and soak in your country roots. The Joint's menu has an Eric Church theme that brings in stories we all know and love about country music. Owner and pitmaster Jared Choate and his wife Allison invite you into their restaurant. The Joint stands alone when it comes to smoking meats by using their secret family recipes: pulled pork, brisket, ribs, and chicken with homemade sides, all waiting on you at The Joint.
Summer fun keeps rolling along at Beach Bend Park with rides, slides, and waves on the weekends. Beach Bend Park is now open Saturdays and Sundays through September 19th. Double your fun with 2 parks in 1 and enjoy classic amusement rides, including the famous Kentucky Rumbler roller coaster, water park, daily shows, mini golf, and more. Plus, parking tubes and sunscreen are always free. For hours, visit beachbend.com.
Beach Bend Park. Fun for the whole family. Beach Bend Park.
Yes, the race is on. The second annual Hoptown Half Marathon and 5K, Saturday, September 19th. Sponsored by Planters Bank and Jenny Stewart Health, the timed half marathon, 5K, and the new 1 mile fun walk all remain on as scheduled as safe, healthy events. Registration is simple at hoptownhalf.com. Race proceeds benefit Hopkinsville's Challenge House organization to fund and build Challenge House number 7. Not a runner? We've added a mile walk to honor Challenge House founder, the late Wally Bryant. Wally's Army walkers get a t-shirt and a lapel pin. Runners in the half and 5K get unique race medals and a beautiful long-sleeve performance shirt. Or get a team together to cheer the runners and win cash prizes. Visit hoptownhalf.com to register to run, jog, walk, cheer, or volunteer. September 19th, the second annual Hoptown Half Marathon and 5K and Mile Walk, sponsored by Planters Bank and Jenny Stewart Health. For more info, call Parks and Rec at 270-887-4290.
Fortner Gas is a full-service propane company offering services in Western Kentucky. You'll find offices located in Princeton and Cadiz. They're your local and family-owned propane supplier. Browse their website and discover the many services and products available to you at Fortner Gas. You can shop in person or online, and they can answer any and all questions in person or on the phone. If they are already your propane supplier, they say thank you. If not, they'd love to be. Contact Fortner Gas Company, a family tradition of service since 1951.
Some of the best times are on the lake, eating your favorite food, sipping on a drink, and listening to live music. The Summer Concert Series at Eddy Creek Marina Resort is open for business. Live bands every Saturday night. Sit back and grab some of your favorites at Echo Charlie's, like the homemade crab cakes, Bubba's Key West salt rings, or the hand-patted Barkley Burger, pontoon rentals, cabins, and more to enjoy at Eddy Creek Marina and Echo Charlie's this summer.
Your Planters Bank total checking account is now overflowing with benefits from the new Planters Perks checking. Get new benefits accessible instantly from the exclusive Planters Perks app. New ways to waive your monthly service charge. Valuable savings at area businesses. And you can keep your total current checking access and benefits. Just download the Planters Perks app to get started. Planters Perks. Reason number 53 that Planters is the bank where you can expect great things. Member FDIC.
Once a Tiger, always a Tiger. Tiger Day on 1580 103.3 WPKY. WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast is brought to you by Penny Rowell Home Medical.
Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast. An unsettled period of weather will continue today through tomorrow with rounds of rain and thunderstorms. We're going to see today's high around 82, tonight's low around 72. Then tomorrow, again, more rain and thunderstorms in the forecast with a high around 83. And Friday, partly sunny, high around 81. But again, today, more rain, and we could even see some strong to severe storms this afternoon and into the early evening hours. Otherwise, mostly cloudy sky with a high around 82.
Casting nets on US 62 in Eddyville is a bass fisherman's dream. You can pull in easily with your boat. They have new and refurbished reels by Daiwa, Shimano, Shakespeare, and Lew's. They carry a large selection of rods and boat electronics, and they now carry marine batteries and trolling motors. Tackle by Strike King, Yum, Zoom, Ledger Rock, and more. Like us on Facebook and make Castanets in Eddyville your destination for great fishing tackle.
Happy Tiger Day from yoursportsedge.com at 1580 103.3 WPKY.
1580 103.3 WPKY. Tiger Day. That's the only time you ever get this many sports people in one location without them running around. Because normally, like Dennis, we usually see Todd down on the sideline. We don't get to see him during the game.
And then Bob and I are going over notes and trying to get everything lined out, and we're getting in touch with Todd, making sure batteries work. Just a big production number.
Well, I don't ever get to see them in one location where they're all sitting still.
Batteries don't always work. I think we found that out last year.
I gotta say, that's my favorite game last year. That was one of them. Don't get me wrong. The very first game from last year was probably my favorite. You could just feel it in the air. You could just feel it, the energy. But the game when Todd ran out of a battery,
I had to run to my car to get another one.
Right.
Dennis goes, there's Todd. Oh, wait.
Yeah. sorry to leave you guys hanging, but I didn't think I could yell loud enough to be on the air.
Well, I'll tell you, here's another lady that we always see on the sidelines, too. But we see her running around, all over the sidelines. What do you got for us, Miss Heather?
Hey, so I'm coming in here to add another corporate level sponsor to the list. So that's really exciting. So our corporate level sponsors are First Southern Bank, Farmers Bank, Planters Bank, Fortner Gas, Parker Eye Care, Goodwin Insurance, and we've just added Taco John's and Gather on Main. So that's really exciting. So give you a little rundown of what our corporate level sponsors are doing. Those sponsors are giving at least $1,000 or above to Tiger Day. So we really want to appreciate those businesses for what they're doing. Corporate level sponsors are getting a little bit extra for their gifts. So if you guys listening out there are interested in maybe what that is and what all corporate level giving might entail, you can give me a call. My cell phone number is 270-625-5985. That's 270-625-5985. Or you can call me at the station. I'll be here all day long. And I'd be happy to talk to anybody who might have an interest in giving it all at the corporate level, or if you have any questions about Tiger Day or the giving, you can give me a call. But we really appreciate all of our people who are giving to Tiger Day, but wanted to give a special shout out to those that are our corporate level givers.
I'll tell you what, one of the things that the Optimist Club does so well at the radio auction, Bob, I'll talk to Bob for a second. One thing where they challenge each other. If that's one of the things I think that makes a lot of money at the Optimist Club Radiothon. What do you think?
You have to have a certain level of people listening to make that happen, and they're such a good entity of leading into 50 years of the Optimist radio auction that it's easy, and you can fire up, and there's a special number of people that listen to the radio auction that they all respond to when you put the challenge out to them. And so just as Heather's doing this morning, anything, any kind of challenge that we can put out there, $20, $10, whatever, is obviously going to be used in a great manner by these athletes here at Caldwell County High.
Well, I've got one. I want to challenge the people. How about the Lady Tiger alumni, Todd? There's a few of us still around. We're not that old yet, right?
I think there's a lot. There's a lot of you still around.
I'm going to put down $100 for me and my family. Okay, so now I'm going to challenge the rest of the Lady Tiger alumni and let them chime in and do that. Where are you at?
Yeah, where are you at
this morning? Come on. We named some of you by name this morning, but if you're a Lady Tiger alumni, I'm going to challenge you. Match that at $100. I'd love to see how much we could do. Let's beat the boys basketball. That's what I'm saying. Get a good old fashioned competition and stir the pot going.
So now we need a boys basketball player to come in here and make a donation and give a challenge out to the boys.
There you go. I'll start keeping tally now. We'll see. Lady Tigers, we're at $100. Guys are at $0. I'm just saying. We're already winning. Hey, hang on. It's Tiger Day at 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
It's a legacy. Tiger Day on WPKY. 1580, 103.3 WPKY. Princeton. We at the Edge Media Group believe in the power of prayer. We're asking for listeners to pray for our community.
Hello, this is Brother Joe Johnson, pastor of East Cadiz Baptist Church. Will you join me in a moment of prayer? Dear Lord, we know that you are Almighty God and that you are in control of everything in heaven and on earth. We ask that you grant us peace and understanding in this uncertain time. Be with those who are suffering from sickness, loss, loneliness, and isolation. Place your loving arms around those who are hurting and comfort us with your great love. We claim your promise from 2 Chronicles 7:14, where you said, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land." We ask that you heal our land. We give you all the glory and honor. We ask these things in the precious name of Jesus. Amen.
We hope this message gives you encouragement and hope. We're all in this together. Join us each day around 10 in the morning and 10 in the evening for a prayerful message.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster. President Trump visits Wilmington, North Carolina today for an event marking 75 years since Japan signed surrender in World War II. Fox's Jeff Manasso was there yesterday for the president's visit to Kenosha, Wisconsin.
It was a first-hand look at destruction in Kenosha, burned out and looted businesses.
Kenosha has been ravaged by anti-police and anti-American riots.
President Trump greeted by hundreds of supporters and protesters during his visit, though despite warnings from state Democrats that the president's visit would spark more violence, that didn't happen.
The president and his doctor deny it was a series of mini strokes that sent the president to the hospital last year. White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows tells Fox that's just another attack from the left.
They'll stop at nothing, including mini strokes, but I can tell you, not only is he healthy, but he works me off of my feet.
America's listening to Fox News.
Life is filled with moments. Moments we share with those we love, worry about, and strive to protect the most. At Woodman Life, we provide life insurance and retirement products to help protect you and your family so that you can enjoy all the moments to come.
This is Josh Ray, your local Woodman Life agent. Come see us at 1009 West Main Street or give us a call at 365-6111.
Certain eligibility and age restrictions apply. Woodman of the World Life Insurance Society, Omaha, Nebraska.
Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast. An unsettled period of weather will continue today through tomorrow with rounds of rain and thunderstorms. We're going to see today's high around 82, tonight's low around 72. Then tomorrow, again, more rain and thunderstorms in the forecast with a high around 83. And Friday, partly sunny, high around 81. But again, today, more rain, and we could even see some strong to severe storms this afternoon and into the early evening hours. Otherwise, mostly cloudy sky with a high around 82.
Good luck this year, Tigers. Have a great start back to school from Farmers Bank and Trust. We believe in each and every one of you. And if you believe in yourself, you will succeed. And a huge thank you to all of our great teachers on all the hard work you do each and every day. Let's have a great start to the year from Farmers Bank and Trust.
Join Black Patch Grill this Wednesday for their fan-favorite burger night as they support our Caldwell County Tigers. This Wednesday only, when you enjoy lunch and dinner at Black Patch Grill in downtown Princeton, 10% of all proceeds go straight to all our Caldwell County high school athletes. It's Tiger Day at Black Patch Grill. From Black Patch Grill, YourSportsEdge.com and 1580 103.3 WPKY.
The greatest comeback of all time. It's Tiger Day on WPKY. Support our Caldwell County Tigers and drop off your donation at our studios on West Main Street in Princeton or online at our Big Deals page on WPKYonline.com. WPKY.
1580 103.3 WPKY. Oh, we got a house full, and that's the way we like it today. It is Tiger Day. Todd Griffin. Well, I'll tell you, I saw Coach Earl walk through the door.
Oh, yeah.
I have missed Coach Earl.
He's here.
I'm telling you, that's when they roll out the red carpet. It is Caldwell County royalty when Coach Earl hits. And I see some other royalty, speaking of the royalty and coaches. Who we got?
Going to talk some football now. We got some people you might know. Pat Gates and Dennis Tomek, longtime Caldwell County football coaches. DT played here back in the day, and I don't know if you guys know this or not, but 3 years ago today, Caldwell County scored 2 touchdowns in the last 246 and won 28-21 over at Hopkinsville. So, September 2nd, it's actually a big day for Caldwell County football. So just throwing that out there for you guys this morning.
It's good to be back, Todd.
Yeah. Glad to have you in here.
T and I were talking earlier that it's been a long time since we've been back together on the radio, and we've got a lot of fond memories, and Caldwell County has been awful good to us, and athletics has been a big part of it.
Well, I can remember
on the track, Todd, when that happened.
Oh, yeah.
Hometown game.
Yeah.
And our old buddy Craig Clayton wasn't too pleased with all that. He wasn't too happy after that game.
He probably wants to forget about September the 2nd.
Well, I still remember talking to you guys after a scrimmage, I think over at Madisonville. Not sure how many years ago that was, but it was a preseason scrimmage, and we recorded the coaches show the next day after a scrimmage over there. So that had to be, 15 30
30
yeah.
years. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while. So
I know I've been out of it since 2005.
Yeah.
Of course, I retired in 2002 and come back at 1 year, and so that's been 15 years, and it's been a long time.
Is that when Dion y'all scrimmaged over there that day? Was that this?
Well, that was over at Hopkinsville. That was another Craig Clayton story. Matter of fact, we need to tell that story, don't we?
Yeah, Dion would appreciate it.
Dion Boyd, we of course back years ago, we used to get together during the week and, kind of have like a little scrimmage or, 7-on-7 and 9-on-9 stuff. And we took our team over to Hopkinsville, and I think Trigg County was over there and a Clarksville school. And we were doing a inside trap drill. And Craig Clayton wanted to stop the drill to see where one of our players came from. And he said, line this back up. So we lined back up on both sides of the ball, and he said, now, number 50 was Dion Boyd.
Yeah.
He said, show me where you came from. He said, Princeton, Kentucky. and we just all burst out laughing, and, of course, at the time, it was hot, and, back in those days, we had a good time with all of our kids, and, we still think about them all the time, and we get to see them quite a bit, so it makes you appreciate them that much more.
Well, and Craig's a former Tiger, and he's back at Hoptown now.
He is, and he's starting his, how many years, D? Coaching?
Total? Oh, I don't know.
It's got to be near 40. It's got to be near 40 years. I know he turned 70, 40 years as a head coach, and, he's still chasing that milestone. He's wanting that victory number 300,
yeah.
And of course with the season the way it's been this year, he thought he had a good opportunity to get it this year, and hopefully he will. So we'll just have to wait and see, but it's been a long time.
Well, unfortunately, the way the COVID-19 thing worked out and the way the schedule changed, the Caldwell-Hopkinsville game is off this year. So instead of getting a chance to see those guys, we won't be playing them, but with the team that Craig has coming back this year, maybe that's a good thing for Caldwell County, because I think that Hoptown team is going to be loaded.
From what I understand, from what he tells you, but, Craig, he's told us that about every year. He's always.
I don't think there's a year he didn't tell us he wasn't going to be good.
But you know what? That's a positive. At least his players think they're going to win anyway. I mean, that's a good thing.
Well, what do you guys think of the Reese Jesse kid over there, the big receiver? We had trouble trying to defend him last year.
He's pretty special, and, of course, I went to the game last year, and I think he caught several passes against us in that ball game, and I think he's been offered by several Division I schools, and he's a candidate, I believe, for Mr. Football in the state of Kentucky. So anxious to see what he's going to produce this year.
He has a quarterback too that moves.
Yeah, he's got a good-looking,
pretty
good
sized kid. I don't know. He's supposed to be pretty good.
Well, and Caldwell County is looking to be pretty good this year too. A lot of people back from last year's team really had a good year last year. I thought went 8-3, and really looking at it, I thought that was going to be kind of a bridge year to get to this year, but those guys went out and had a great season last year.
They did, and they were fun to watch, and as you mentioned, many of them are returning this season, and of course we lost our good little running back, a Hollowell kid, and
went to Kentucky Christian,
and he was exciting to watch, and but we've got a good nucleus to build around, and we're really looking forward to this season. Hopefully we can see them play.
Both of you guys can talk about this, but what is it about Caldwell County where we keep churning out football players, and it goes back a long, long time?
I don't really know what you can say, except that most people have played here. That was the sport years ago, and their parents and grandparents, and now that these kids have grown up and they have children, and they don't really push them, I don't think, is the way they used to anymore. It wasn't really that people used to push them when we were here. Back in the day, you had football, basketball, and baseball. That was it. Now there's so many sports, that and you don't want to make a kid play. You don't want a kid to play something if they don't want to play it. So, but most of the kids see their pictures of their daddies with the helmet on, and they get away from their wives, and they take them in the back room and say, now here's what you need to do. So, I think that's a big thing.
But as far as you guys are concerned, what are some favorite memories you guys have? And How many kids have you guys come in contact with as coaches?
Man, a bunch. I'd hate to try to count them all, but we've been very blessed. We really have, and all the kids. We didn't just think of them as football players. We thought of them as young men, and we cared about them in their education and their endeavors that they were going to get into later in life. And, it still makes you feel special when you run into a Billy Hooks or, one of your former players, and they still call you coach.
Yeah.
And, it makes you feel special, and they're just a special group of young men. And there are so many life lessons that they learn through football, and we need football. We really do. These kids here are starving for it, and hopefully they're going to get their opportunity here next week. And I think the community is starving for it as well. It's just a great community to live in, and a very caring community, and it's so well supported. And every Friday night, those stands are filled. I mean, with Tiger supporters, and you can look at other places, and I don't mean to throw this out and make it, but look at Hopkinsville. They got that big, nice stadium over there, and you're lucky to maybe have 200 or 300 people go to a game, and whereas we probably get 1,000 to 1,500 or 2,000 a night, and it's just great to see.
Todd, I've seen just in the last week. Speaking of that, 3 individuals that played for us, and I say us because we all were pretty close coaching. He was the head coach, but we didn't ever really care one way or the other. He didn't want us to be head coach, so we didn't. But I saw Junior McGowan and talked to him for almost 30 minutes, and he hadn't changed a bit. He's gotten a little bigger, stronger, but and also Michael Red, he was another one that we coached. And Kevin Kinsolving, I talked to him just yesterday, and it's some of those guys that back in the day when we practiced. Now we practiced. It was 4 days of putting your gear on and going down there and getting your head knocked off, as opposed to nowadays it's the offense and defenses are a little different. They can't hit as much because not only don't want to get anybody hurt, but the state won't let you. But anyway, those guys that when they start telling stories, it's kind of like the guys that were telling us stories back when Dickie McAllister and Ed Settle and Earl Stevens, all those guys played. It was just a different way about things.
Well, I think it's very telling that when you look at even the current coaching staff, those guys have been together a long time for the most part. When you guys were coaching together, it was the same staff every year. You guys were always right there. I think that says a lot about the team and the community and how you guys work together.
It makes a big difference when you don't have to look for a coach every year. I mean, I know when we had good friends at Webster County, Crittenden, and here and there, and they might have 1 or 2 coaches, and they'd be looking for 1 or 2 every year. And those kids can't get used to those people. You go put your arm around a kid, and if you hadn't been there in a year, they don't know what you're talking about. But anyway.
And it goes on all the way back, I guess, to Fred Clayton. Coach Clayton had Coach G with him, and Charlie Davis and Chick Walker and Bill, a bunch of those older guys. And, of course, when Coach G took over, he primarily had the same Earl Stevens and, all that staff. DT was on it, Richie Hughes. And, of course, and when I came over, I inherited a lot of Coach G's staff, and we just stuck together. Had DT and Larry Curlin and Richie Hughes and Carol Boyd. So basically us 5 started out together, and we stayed together for a long time.
But I think the success you guys had, I mean, to me that coaching staff, having everybody together, that kind of paved the way for a lot of that success.
It does, and everybody seems to be on the same page. We get to know each other, and DT, I'll say during the game, he was always up top for me, and I said, give me a pass play. I was always looking at the run. I said, we need to throw the ball. Give me a pass play. And, I mean, right then, he knew exactly what we needed to run.
Yeah, I told him, I said, I just gave you one. He said, it didn't work.
Every now and then it didn't, but most of the time it did. But, we just had a good rapport. And the kids, they pick up on that, too, as well. And, they know how close we were, and we try to unite our team just like our coaches did. And, it kind of just keep rolling over from year to year.
This is Tiger Day on 1580, 103.3 WPKY, talking with Pat Gates and Dennis Tomek. And, guys, just so many memories you guys could throw out. But, Pat, that 1998 team has to be, right there at the top of the list.
Well, it is. And I think I've told you this on more than one occasion, and Tom Rogers is over here as well. We really had a good run, 96, 97, and 98. All three of those teams could have possibly won a state championship. But, I thought the 96 team, I thought we really had all the elements. We had the line, we had, the skilled people. They were a little bit younger. They were sophomores. And then 97, we had a really good team that got beat by Owensboro Catholic and in a close ball game over there on a block punt, I think, after leading most of the game.
I think we were up most of the night,
They went on to the state finals, and I think they got beat. And, of course, in 98, everything just seemed to fall in place. We didn't really start out that well. I think Russellville, we opened up with them and went down there and got a win on the road. And we come back the next week against Marshall County and took a pretty good beating. And
that was a good Marshall County team.
It was a good Marshall County team. And we were tied at halftime, 7-7.
Gerald got hurt in the first half.
Gerald got his knee hurt in the first half. And, we were able – and he didn't play. And I think the turning point of that season was the next week against Hopkins County Central. We were behind. It looked like we were done, and Kelly Davis comes in and kicks a 40-yard field goal and enabled us to go on and win. And, of course, Gerald sit out that game. Justin Groom stepped in for him. And, it was just a great effort. Our kids just never gave up. I've looked at it we were just a team of destiny, it seemed like, and we just kept gaining confidence week after week.
Well, and even going to the state championship game in 98 against Danville, I don't think anybody outside of Caldwell County gave the Tigers a chance.
Well, we were up against, a loaded deck, and but our kids, I told them if there was one advantage we had, I thought we were in better physical condition than they were. And the playing conditions couldn't have been more perfect in December. Yeah. I think it was 60 degrees, and, you could wear a short-sleeve shirt that day.
And the previous year, it had snowed that week during the state championship.
Yeah. And everything just kind of fell into
previous season,
Yeah, and, everything fell into place, and we hung around and got to the fourth quarter, and I think we, kind of got the ball. Of course, the fake punt helped when the punter didn't know that they'd called it off.
Yeah.
And, that helped gain some momentum. But, they were just a great bunch of survivors, and they just did whatever it took to win.
Again, 1580, 103.3 WPKY, talking to Pat Gates and Dennis Tomek this morning. Need to get to a break here on the show, but we'll be back here in just a bit.
And we do want to remind everybody, if you're enjoying all the conversation, the Caldwell County Tiger memories, to make your contribution to benefit the Caldwell County Athletic Program. You can do that. We've got the link on our Facebook page, or you can go to the top of the navigation bar at WPKYonline.com, look under contest and deals, and when you pull that down, the top one will be Support Tiger Athletics. Make your contribution there, or you can even come by right here at the studios and help us out today.
The original GOAT, the greatest comeback of all time. Tiger Day from yoursportsedge.com at 1580, 103.3 WPKY. Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast is brought to you by Brantley Furniture.
Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast. An unsettled period of weather will continue today through tomorrow with rounds of rain and thunderstorms. We're going to see today's high around 82, tonight's low around 72. Then tomorrow, again, more rain and thunderstorms in the forecast with a high around 83. And Friday, partly sunny, high around 81. But again, today, more rain, and we could even see some strong to severe storms this afternoon afternoon and into the early evening hours. Otherwise, mostly cloudy sky with a high around 82.
There's a new look in town. The Princeton Caldwell Chamber of Commerce has a new webpage, PrincetonChamber.org. And there's so many great things happening at the Chamber, they needed a great space to tell you about it. Not a member, but want to be a part of the progress? Go to the website to learn more about becoming a Chamber member. Hey, when everyone's connected, everyone benefits. PrincetonKYChamber.org. We grow stronger and better together. Everyone's connected, everyone benefits. PrincetonKYChamber.org. We grow stronger and better together.
The staff at Fredonia Valley Bank wants you to take comfort in knowing they truly care about you. They strive to protect their customers as well as their staff by implementing public health measures to ensure everyone's safety and well-being. After all, you're their greatest asset. Visit them at 602 Cassidy Avenue in Fredonia or 226 Commerce Street in Eddyville, or give them a call at 270-545-3301 or 270-388-2265. Fredonia Valley Bank, member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Some of the best times are on the lake, eating your favorite food, sipping on a drink, and listening to live music. The Summer Concert Series at Eddy Creek Marina Resort is open for business. Live bands every Saturday night. Sit back and grab some of your favorites at Echo Charlie's, like the homemade crab cakes, Bubba's Key West Salt Rings, or the hand-patted Barkley Burger, pontoon rentals, cabins, and more to enjoy at Eddy Creek Marina and Echo Charlie's this summer.
Because during this extremely difficult time in healthcare, many are afraid to go to the hospital or the doctor's office. Some folks may miss the opportunity to have Pennyroyal Hospice help them through the most difficult of times. As a family member, you can refer your loved ones for the additional care needed at end of life without a hospital or doctor's visit. Pennyroyal Hospice. It's about living to the fullest.
U-Ride has upped their game. As a matter of fact, it's a whole new ball game. It's an all-new sales team, bringing 33 years of experience to work for you. They're here to serve your vehicle needs from start to finish, and they do it all safely with a personalized hometown feel. More variety with better quality. On-the-lot financing, and you can apply safely online at uridesales.com. Call for an appointment today with one of their friendly sales staff. U-Ride on the Marion Road, Princeton, 270-365-3818.
There are some surefire things you get when you deal with Armory Gun Shop in Princeton. Quality, knowledge, honesty. Take your firearm experience to the next level and see how the new ownership at Armory Gun Shop is making a difference for the local gun owner. Located on North Harrison Street with hours of operation listed on the Armory Gun Shop Facebook page. Their mission is to provide quality products at fair prices with knowledge you can trust.
YourSportsEdge.com and WPKY, the winning Tiger team. Happy Tiger Day, Caldwell County, WPKY.
1580, 103.3 WPKY. It's Tiger Day. I'll tell you, it's a one place and the one day, I think, Todd Griffin, that I've ever seen this many sports. Anybody who's ever played any sport in Caldwell County history.
Absolutely. We've got people coming in all day. That's the thing.
Well, and see, this is the part that I like about it. Because not only can they come in today, they can support Caldwell County athletics so that we have a tomorrow. And then we have the next day and the next day. And as they're coming in, they're signing basketballs and footballs and books that you happen to have wrote, by the way. And you know what that's for? That's so that we've got a little bidding war out there for one of those packages. And then, of course, when you come in to donate, you can also throw your name in the hat to win the other one. So make sure you do that. I've got a challenge out for it's the Lady Tigers versus the guys, Brad Harralson. And I just want you to know that the Lady Tigers are winning at the moment. Yeah. I just throw that out there for the guys. We've got somebody amazing in here, but Brad, you brought him in too, and we want to say thanks to First Southern for their donation.
Well, we want to do our part, and you guys are obviously spearheading this, and appreciate what WPKY is doing, and just how they've stepped up to support Caldwell County athletics and the community in general. And just been a huge asset to Princeton over the last couple of years, and just appreciate you guys so much.
Coach Earl, I'm telling you, he has his own zip code. This is Caldwell County athletics royalty is what this is. Coach Earl is with us this morning, and Coach Earl, have you missed football and basketball?
Yes, I have.
I'm telling you, man.
I have missed it a lot.
What does Caldwell County athletics mean to you?
Well, everything. I miss it all. I miss it. everything, because point to me, the community, thanks to you guys doing it for me. It's special for everybody. It does. It hurts everybody else.
Oh, we love you, Earl.
I know you do.
And I'll tell you, you have meant so much to Caldwell County athletics, to football. I don't know what we'd do without you on the sidelines.
I know.
Earl, how many years you been coaching?
20 years.
Gosh.
Can you imagine? You've put up with them for 20 years.
I know. He has.
I'm going to put you on the spot, though. What was your favorite Caldwell County coach of all time?
Oh, don't. What? Who is it? I know. McClung. Go ahead and tell him McClung. That's all right.
No. It's my main man, Coach Stallins.
There you go.
Bless your heart. I'll tell you, he loved you, too.
Yes, he did.
Well, and what have you learned, though? I mean, have you learned?
Everything.
Well, and it's all kinds of people, isn't it? It's girls and boys of all sizes, big and little. It doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah.
And it teaches you team spirit, doesn't it?
It does. Mm-hmm.
It teaches you how to exercise.
Yeah.
How to treat one another.
Yeah.
It's important, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Tell people how important it is to donate to athletics, Earl.
Well, get on the PKY app. You can donate to everything. Donate. Get your donations in today. You don't, because we're going to fail everything else.
Well, kids are worth it, aren't they?
Yeah.
We love them.
I know you do.
How much longer are you going to do this, Coach Earl?
I don't know.
Oh, we hope you do it forever.
I hope so. I do forever.
I want you to coach my kids, too, because I want you to teach them a thing or two.
I will.
Brad, we appreciate you and Earl coming in today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Earl, have you been paid yet for coaching?
Not yet.
When's the paycheck coming in?
I don't know.
They've been telling you it's in the mail.
In the mail? Is it?
I don't know. We're still waiting on it.
I'm going to tell you what, he's all slicked up, though. We're starting his campaign. I think it's what we've decided in the... Are you running for mayor?
No.
Say, Coda, here I come, buddy.
Oh, no.
He's all slicked up. You look nice this morning, Coach Earl.
Thank you.
You want to tell your mama hi? I bet she's listening.
I will.
Say hi, Mama.
Hello.
Todd, you've been around Earl for a while, haven't you?
All the time on the sideline. We hang out all the time.
Yeah.
Do you keep Todd in line?
Yeah. All the time I do.
He can get in trouble every once in a while. I know. I'm going to tell you, you have an open invitation anytime that door is open for you to walk right through it. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, and I don't know what we do at basketball games or football games. He's right there beside us. Baseball.
Either.
He helps the broadcast. He's got his own PKY shirt now.
Uh-huh.
He's the best advertisement you guys can have.
Yeah.
He's a walking billboard for WPKY. But Earl's so special for the kids. And it's good for them to be around Earl, and I think that it's good for him to be around them as well. So it's just it's a good fit for everybody.
Well, I'll tell you, it gives a lot of kids hope, and Earl, you're a good example for a whole lot of kids.
I do.
You work hard at it, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
I'll tell you, these other two people you've got in here, Todd, have you ever seen this many people all in once?
Well. You know, it seems like picture day in here, doesn't it? We have everybody together. It's like picture day.
I'll tell you, if you're looking for the pictures, too, we're going to have them on our Facebook page.
I got to ask you guys, though, Earl, all the time you've been on the sideline, what's your favorite memory from Tiger football?
Well, Todd, I'll tell you something, brother, because I know I miss it.
Oh, we all miss it, man.
I know I do. Everything went back to me and Coach Gates in 98, because you and me, Coach Gates, is like brothers, for real. And you and DT and Coach Cummins, everything else. Back memory fight for me. It does.
You pulled us through, brother.
Yes, I did. Everything else.
It helps kids, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Hey, does this work?
Yeah.
Earl, I just want to tell you, from me and Coach Gates, we appreciate all you've ever done and all you're going to continue to do. And if it wasn't for you, there's a whole lot of kids out there that wouldn't be coming to play football.
I know, DT, I know.
I'm being honest with you.
I know
they can't wait to get out, and everybody knows you. Everybody in town knows you.
They sure do.
You've done a great job for the whole football and basketball, anything you get involved with, all of it you get involved with.
Yeah.
But I want to say hello to Sally, too, because Sally, if she could be right here, she'd be here right now, too.
Yep.
And she brought you up to where she wanted you to be.
You got that right,
job,
DT.
buddy.
You got that right.
Well, that's enough of my mouth.
You're a true Tiger supporter, Earl.
Thank you, Coach
We
Gates.
love you for it.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, over the years, Todd, there's been a lot of them, just like Earl, that are, and his mom, that are just dedicated to the Caldwell County Tigers.
Well, you look up in the stands on a Friday night and you see same faces. I mean, there's 2,000 people out there, and you know all of them because they've all been there every Friday night.
Yeah.
It's not a Friday night lights unless Earl and his mama's there. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Sally's going to get there before the lights come.
That's right.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I love sitting by. She's my favorite person to sit by at a football game because her and I now we agree.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'll tell you what. Thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate you, Earl. Okay.
Thank you.
And if anybody would like to donate today, we encourage you to do so. Businesses like First Southern and Brad and the folks over there, Todd. We couldn't do this without them.
Yeah, and Brad, we've got to get your favorite moments as a Tiger while you're here with us.
What's that supposed to mean, Earl?
I don't know, man.
He's a lot more worried about your answer than you were his.
Yeah,
I just want to point that out.
I think so. I remember just strange things like Coach Gates and DT will remember this, and you will, Todd. Tess will as well. But the trailer down there that we went in for pregame. I mean, there wasn't much to it, but man, there was a lot of stuff that happened in there. But I'd say the thing that stands out to me, I mean, I was just an average player, maybe even below average player that just wanted to find a place on the field, finally got a chance, enjoyed every moment that I had. But the 4 years that I spent during practice, the conditioning part was so big with Coach Gates. And those are memories that for a guy that maybe wasn't one of the star players, those are things that you take away from it. The days that you cried, you sweated, you yelled, you fussed, but you didn't quit. And whether you played in the game on Friday night or not, you knew that you survived that week's practice. And I walk away from that with something that those are the memories that I have, more so than any games we ever played in, whether it's a loss or a win. Running that hill was probably the thing that stands out to me more than anything. So I appreciate those guys for instilling that in us. Coach Gates always said that football is a lot like life. And when you're 17 and 18 years old, I'm not sure how much you're really paying attention to that. But as you get older and you look back on it and you think, man, we persevered through a lot of tough times. And it helps prepare you for real life stuff. So I appreciate those guys so much.
What about as a dad now when you look at Mitchell? What did you learn back then that helps you now with Mitchell?
Patience. Yeah, patience as much as anything. Not beating them down and just being supportive. Being a friend, but also someone who is leading them by example. So I appreciate these coaches for doing that.
How often did you guys go out to the stadium and work on Mitchell's game?
No, I bet I've caught a million snaps.
How many did you catch and drop?
Yeah. I dropped some as well. But we spent a lot of time out there. And that's something that he has pushed himself to do, wants to be the best he can, has a great opportunity now at Murray State, and very excited about what that opportunity is for him.
Well, I was going to ask, Hilltoppers or Racers? I mean, I know that's big, but
I've still got all my Western gear, but I do have a Murray State shirt and a hat. First time I've ever owned anything from Murray State, but excited about that. I just want to be supportive of him and whatever journey he's on. So,
well, good for him to get to see both sides of that.
It is, yeah, definitely.
Well, good luck to him. Appreciate you guys coming in, and just good luck on everything in the future.
Thank you, guys.
And of course, we want to say hi to the wife too, Miss Jamie, because I know she's had a lot to do with that. Even back in the day, she supported you from the sidelines.
Yeah, she's been around. We've drug our daughter Madison to lots of places she probably didn't really want to go to, whether it's a college visit or a game or a camp or whatever. But she's been involved, and I appreciate them because it's a family event and it's been a family journey. It's not just he and I. It's been all four of us.
Well, thank you for being here. We really do appreciate it. Don't go anywhere either, Todd. We're going to be here for all day long, right?
Until at least 7 o'clock, yeah.
And we say at least. Because if somebody's still going to bring a donation or anything, we'll be here later than that, right? If we had to.
They can come in and we'll put them on the air.
Well, and they don't have to actually. If they don't want to, if they can't leave work or whatever, they can do it right there on their phones or their computers.
Absolutely.
They can just log on to WPKYonline.com, and it's very easy. It's right there on the front. You can pull down the little tab, and it's actually got the different denominations right there on the front. Or you can say exactly how much you want to put out there. So come on out and see us. You can sign up or maybe make a silent bid for one of those autographed footballs. You got everybody make sure that you sign those. Coach Earl, you sign those before you leave, okay?
I will.
Oh, we miss you. We love you, and thank you for coming today. Okay, buddy? Come on back. We got the coaches and Todd, and they're all still going to be here. It's Tiger Day, 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
It's Tiger Day, our chance to help Caldwell County High School athletes. Donate online at our loyal listener Big Deal store or stop by our studios at WPKY. We at the Edge Media Group believe in the power of prayer. That's why we're asking you to pray for our community. It's simple. Just record yourself on your phone and email us your prayer. Give your name and record your prayer. We'll do the rest. Email your prayer to prayerswpky@gmail.com. We'll broadcast a community prayer on this station every day around 10 in the morning and 10 in the evening. Before our morning prayer at 10, we will ring bells as requested by Governor Andy Beshear. We will get through this together. Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast is brought to you by Community Medical.
Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast. An unsettled period of weather will continue today through tomorrow with rounds of rain and thunderstorms. We're going to see today's high around 82, tonight's low around 72. Then tomorrow, again, more rain and thunderstorms in the forecast with a high around 83. And Friday, partly sunny, high around 81. But again, today, more rain, and we could even see some strong to severe storms this afternoon and into the early evening hours. Otherwise, mostly cloudy sky with a high around 82.
Need cash fast? ABC Finance is open with social distancing implementations in place. They believe it's more important now than ever to get a handle on your finances.
Hi, this is Jody Lamb at the Princeton ABC Finance location.
And this is Todd Morse at the Hopkinsville location.
At ABC Finance, we don't just provide loans, but we also provide valuable advice to help you get your credit in better standing.
Our friendly team of professionals has your best interest in mind. We celebrate with you when your finances improve.
We encourage you to like our Facebook page, ABC Finance Company. Many of those useful tips are posted daily on our page, including tons of community info and motivation for the day.
To view social distancing guidelines and safety measures, like and follow ABC Finance Company on Facebook. ABC Finance is located off Fort Campbell Boulevard in Hopkinsville next to O'Charlie's, then Princeton and the Princeton Plaza. Apply for loans online or simply give them a call. They'll take your application over the phone. ABC Finance. All loans subject to normal credit approval.
For a delicious meal, try Kay's Kitchen in Princeton. They have great home cooking, just like Mom and Grandma used to do. Enjoy cooked-to-order breakfast every day, all day. Daily lunch specials include favorites like open-faced roast beef, grilled chicken tenderloins, country fried steak, smoked pork chops, and catfish and shrimp on Fridays. All your favorite veggies, too. And don't forget Kay's homemade desserts. Open Monday through Thursday, 5 to 2, Friday, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Saturday, 5:30 to 11. Kay's Kitchen, 501 North Jefferson Street, Princeton, 1 block from the courthouse.
It's Tiger Day, our chance to help Caldwell County High School athletes. Donate online at our loyal listener Big Deal store or stop by our studios at WPKY.
1580, 103.3 WPKY. It is Tiger Day. Talking Tiger sports all day today and raising money for the Caldwell County High School Athletic Department. Right now, Dennis Tomek and Bradley Stallins have joined us. Bill Booth on controls for us now. So, man, Bradley, I never know who's in the control room, but thanks for coming in today. And baseball coach for a long time at Caldwell County. You can talk about maybe how important those athletic dollars are to the program.
Oh, man. We were just talking a while ago, money's always important, but this year it's even more important with the things that are completely out of their control. We were talking yesterday at school, there's new mandates coming down every day that just land in the lap of Miss Farmer and Miss Phelps out at the high school, and it's just one challenge after another, but that's the times we live in, so we just got to meet them, do the best we can for our kids.
Pat Gates back in with us in the studio as well as we talk about Caldwell County Tiger sports. And you can go to our website, WPKYonline.com, and donate it if you want to Caldwell County High School Athletics. I also want to throw out that Black Patch Grill today will be donating 10% of all of their sales to Tiger Day. So, go down there, have lunch, have supper, and 10% of all sales at Black Patch Grill today will be going to Tiger Day. So a lot of people on board today helping to raise money for the Caldwell County Athletic Department. And like I said, Bradley, you were baseball coach for a long time and former football player, football coach. So you bleed blue and gold like a lot of people in here.
Absolutely. Don't know much else.
Kind of a broad question, but when you think about Tiger sports, and let's start with football. Maybe what are some of your memories from that?
Oh goodness, I mean, it's when you go to specifics, I don't, I can't name a lot of specifics because the FCC might have something to say about that.
Thank you.
But no, just the friendships that are built that last even today. With the guys that you played with, we still call each other up, talk to each other regularly. When our buddies from out of town come in, we hang out. Our families know each other. That's not an accident. That has a lot to do with these guys sitting beside me and the program that they built when we were coming through, and the family kind of atmosphere that they put together. And just the love and care, even though sometimes when they put us on that hill, there wasn't much love and care that was felt. But, when you look back, you grin and you smile because of the relationships, the memories. When I see these two guys, they're still coach. They'll always be coach. There's something special there, and you can't do away with that. So that to me, that's the things that you draw from this, that you take with you forever.
Well, and now that you have that experience as coach to look back on too, I think you can look back and say all that time we spent running that hill, that was the reason we had success on Friday nights. It actually came in handy.
Boy, you couldn't convince us that on Friday nights we were playing.
I'm going to say you didn't like it when you were doing it, but looking back now, it's like, hey, that was a big deal on why we had success on Friday nights.
It was. There was a lot to do with it, and I don't, I know Coach Gates and Coach Tomek and the other coaches, Coach Curlin and, Cummins and all the other ones, that we played for. They knew this. We were too young to understand this. I think all it did was make us mad. But they knew a lot of this had to do, it was a mental aspect. And that's so much, when you're coaching, when you go from player to coach, you realize, a lot of what you're doing is preparing your kids mentally. Mm-hmm. And that was a lot. We thought it was all physical, but a lot of what it was mental. Maybe they were trying to pee us off so we would come out and wear somebody out. I don't know, but it was a lot of mental, and golly, we could talk all day about that kind of stuff.
We knew that we were older, so we had been through that same thing, and so we knew when we sent you on that hill and you were mad at us and saying bad things about us, that it wasn't any different than like when we went home and we got into it at home. It's the same thing. We knew you'd get over it.
Uh-huh.
You have to get over it.
That's right.
And once you weren't tired and you took your shower and you got in there and mingling around, and you'd walk by the office and look in there and see who was in there at our office, and you'd think, well, it wasn't that bad. Sure. They'd always come. But the one thing I remember about us too is all of our coaches were in one office about the size of where he's standing. So we didn't have anywhere to go. And a lot of these schools nowadays, they have separate offices for separate coaches, and those kids I don't think get a good feeling, because they always came by and we were either cutting up or doing something, having fun, making fun of them or something.
Absolutely.
But it was a good deal, and I miss it. I miss all of it.
Well, don't you think, though, when you're younger that you kind of see that coach-player thing as a little adversarial? Like, why is this coach making me do all this? The guy must hate me. He's making me run this hill, and he's making me do...
That was our way, Todd, of showing love.
Yeah. You're
tough
actually...
love. That's tough love. That's right. You know, and all those, I can't speak for anybody else. I can't do that, but I can speak for myself. You know, I don't know that I ever saw, you know, even coaches as adversarial, because you always knew that they did care. You knew that there were times where it was challenging, but you always knew that they did care. And, you know, I think a lot of what they were doing, and it taught me too when I came home and started coaching, you know, we say this all the time, and they said this: we may not have the best athletes out on the field, but when you take that field, whether it be football for 48 minutes or baseball for 7 innings, you're going to know when you leave that field you've played Caldwell County. And that's the attitude that they instilled in us, and that's the attitude that we tried to pass on. And I've told them this in text and to their face. You know, I love them, and the things that they taught us, we tried to pass down too. And hopefully that torch carries over to the next generation and the next generation, because, you know, some of my favorite memories, we beat some teams that we had no business beating. You know, one of the first things I remember my sophomore year, we had went down the first game we played Todd County. And I played it. That was the first time I'd ever played quarterback in high school. I mean, I was scared to death. Played like awful. We got beat. We came home, and we were playing a Marshall County team that was really, really good. And we really didn't even belong on the field with them. We ended up beating them. And, you know, there's some funny stories within that game. We had worked on a play all week. It was a rollout pass, and Coach Tomek said, "Now, Bradley, you roll out. This defensive end slides off. Do not throw the ball in the flats. It's going to get picked." I said, "All right." So we ran that play, and I threw it. I rolled out through it. I mean, it was a pretty pass right to that defensive end from Marshall County. Well, I get back over to the sideline. Coach got it. He didn't look at me. He didn't say anything. This was back in the day when the headsets had the. You know, they weren't cordless when we played. They were cool. Coach Gates said, "Here, Coach Tomek wants to say something to you." And from that time on, I mean, you know, it was just, there's all kinds of stories that we could go on and on and on about.
He just didn't want
me telling him that. I didn't want to have to relay the message to you. He said, "I told him all week not to throw that ball if that end dropped."
Pretty tough for a young kid, though, to do things on the spur of the moment.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
But it's just those memories, and, you know, that you take with you, and, you know, you can't take those nobody can take those memories from you, and they're special. And hopefully, you know, that's one of the reasons I think why as coaches we're kind of fighting in the right way, but try to get these kids to play a little bit this year. You know, last year it was tough looking those three seniors in the eye on that baseball field and saying, "Hey, you're not going to get to play your senior season, and there's nothing I can really do about it." I hate it. I want to fight for you, but it's really out of my hands, and that was tough. And hopefully these guys and gals get to play this year.
Well, I think that was a lot of people across the state and maybe even across the country, though. Everybody saw the impact it had on those spring seniors, and nobody wanted to do that to anybody else. So, you know, I think there's probably some people out there that think, you know, hey, maybe we shouldn't play sports because of the coronavirus. But at the same time, you think about those seniors, and that's why a lot of people are out there, you know, fighting that battle to try to have some kind of season for the fall sports and winter sports.
I think so. I hope so. You know, and I think as administrators and coaches, you're kind of put in a hard spot because you know this thing's real, this virus is real, and you don't want to see kids get sick. You do not want to see them get sick, and taking every precaution that we possibly can to make this happen. And it's tough. It's tough. But I think, you know, people are trying the best they can to make this thing happen in the right way. Not just, you know, it's not just you know, going against what somebody says. It's just trying to do the right thing for the kids and to be as safe as possible.
This is Tiger Day here on 1580, 103.3 WPKY. Bradley Stallins, Dennis Tomek, Pat Gates in the studio with us, and just a whole lot going on, and hopefully we get on the football field soon. And, of course, Bradley, the big question I have to ask you, and we've talked about this 1,000 times before, but I always have to throw this out there. Which team was better, 97 or 98?
Oh, Lord.
Because you were the senior quarterback on the 97 team.
Well, I'll answer it this way. All I know to say is I was a quarterback for a couple of years, and the year I left, they won the state championship. So that's about as good as I know to say it. No, I don't know that you can compare those two teams. All of us on those teams are such good friends, you know, and still are to this day and always will be. And, you know, the 98 team won the state championship. They won the ultimate prize. And, you know, I don't want to speak for Coach Gates, but that 96 team was pretty tough too. my junior year, 96 with that group. They were they were probably as good as any team I've ever played on.
Probably
maybe
the best offensive line I coached.
I would agree.
At Caldwell County. You had Andy Davis and Jason Asher, Bob Hudson, and Aaron Shipp. And, I can't remember who the other one was.
And then you had Aaron Kirk at tight end.
Aaron Kirk. I mean, we were loaded, up front, and pretty good on defense as well.
Had some unbelievable skill
and we
guys.
Just unfortunate we had some turnovers against Edmonson County, and we could never get the ball. They kept running that gum wing, and it was driving Curling crazy. I know that running back got over 300 yards, I think, against us.
And it seemed like they'd go for it. They'd have 4th and 3, go for it every time and get it by 4th and 3 and a third. I mean, every time. And it was just so demoralizing as the game went on. We never could get in a rhythm offensively.
Yeah, that kid was Wes Vinson, I think. And I think he carried the ball about 45 times that night.
Yeah, he did.
So you knew where it was going.
We just couldn't. And we'd run by him in the backfield. I mean.
And if I remember, didn't they run that old stack eye? Wasn't that what it was?
Yeah.
It wasn't a stack. It was just, but no, those 3 teams right there. And, we've always, when you look back, Caldwell County, we've always had a good group of kids, whether or not, whatever it is. And I don't know which team's better. I don't know how to answer that question. All I know is they won the state championship. So that puts them in a category that's special and should be. And it's, like I said, that whole group right in there, we're still all tight. We're still close and talk to each other, whether or not whatever year we graduate. And I'm sure y'all could say the same thing about your high school guys.
And it gets worse as you get older because you don't have an idea how old you are when you're my age.
That's right.
You don't.
I used to laugh at you all because you'd see, and I can't remember when that kid graduated. And I'm like, well, I can't. I know when you played together, but those boys that played for me.
It wears me out. I talked to Michael Red the other night on Facebook on Messenger, and he was talking. He called. He texted me and asked me a question, and I tried to answer it. And matter of fact, I said I can't even remember Michael, and he told me he played with Cray and I can't remember. There was 4 Trevor Akins maybe, and some of those guys, and of course you just can't remember what years who was there when until they give you names.
No.
Yeah. Sometimes 7 or 8 years ago was actually 15 or 20 when you start looking. I've come across that a time or two.
It's I laugh. My mom and dad, I remember when they went to their 25th class reunion, I thought they had 1 foot in the grave. That ain't old anymore. Coach Gay. That ain't old at all. But
you talk about, Dennis talking to Michael. I text every now Dexter Lander. Dexter was one of my first players here. He was a senior my first year in 1986.
Yeah.
And, of course, now his wife's an assistant basketball coach up at University of Kentucky, and we text back and forth, and he always brings up some fond memories his senior year. And as we know, Dexter come a long way in the program. And, he went on to Murray State and had a good career there as well. So we've been blessed with just tons of kids that's come up through the program.
And it's funny, you were talking about that when we were talking the other day. I get the privilege of working with Waynee. Waynee was a coach my senior year, so he's always Coach Mack to me. But that group of kids, they're men, they were the group that we all looked up to. Yep. When I was in middle school and elementary school, you looked up to Waynee and, that whole group, the group of, I can name Argo, Hooks, you go on,
Jaggers,
Knight, Jaggers,
Bryant,
Ben, VanHooser, you go on and those were kind of, we played on the playground at Westside or out there at the Butler. That's who we were kind of, that's a small town thing, and that's not lost. I think these kids still do that. When you see them at Little League or on a Little League baseball field, they're standing at the fence with their fingers, in the fence, looking at the big boys play, or at the, and that's a small town thing that's not lost, and it's
you
still
can
not
witness
lost.
it on Friday night down in the end zones while the games are going on. Those kids got their jerseys on; they're playing a Sandlot football game down
and Miss Phelps and Mr. McClung and Mr. Noel, they love that game too.
Yeah.
They love that game going on that
side.
side. They love that. But no, it's we got you on the air, and I've said this to them. There's been a couple things that have happened over the last year. We lost Coach Barnes, and it made me think. I didn't want time to go till I think the guys I played for, and I love these two and the other ones. If they were here, I'd say the same thing. And thank you for what you've done. thank you for
Thank
the
you for
legacy
saying it.
that you passed down. And
That means a lot. You hear it from somebody.
so,
One thing, quick thing, when he was talking about Waynee, when I first moved back to town in '83, they asked me if I'd coach a Little League team. And I've been coaching at Warren East for 8 years, and I thought, I don't want to do that. So anyway, I took the team. They gave me the Reds, and they didn't have anybody on that team. I wasn't there to pick them. Oh, Lord. I wasn't there to pick them. And anyway, they told me, I had Chris Cochran, was about it. And then they said, we had one little boy come in here, he's about that big, we gave him to you. That was Waynee. Well, let me tell you, Waynee smoked everybody in that league that year.
Yeah.
And speaking of smoking, the last thing I saw when we went to Marshall County, they had that sign that said, "We smoke Waynees." He looked at me and he said, "We're going to see about that." He had 200-something yards and beat them by himself. And they didn't like that down at Marshall County, let me tell you.
He did. I remember that one well. Yeah. Fond memories, I tell you.
They are. And, the baseball, you're talking about baseball earlier. These guys, it's crazy to look back, 2016 when we get done this year. That's going to be 5 years when we won that first region. And it doesn't seem like that at all. It doesn't seem like that at all. And, those kids that were seniors, Josh Young was a senior on that team. He's teaching and coaching at Christian County now. So, that's how quick time turns over. And, man, it's been special being a coach here. And, the people that have done, you can't do it without what y'all are doing today. And the community sport, it doesn't happen without you all. And I'd like to thank you all, what you've done on the radio over the years for us, the support that we get. Small communities don't get this, and we've got this, and it promotes our kids. It's really priceless when you think about it, because you go back and you listen to the radio or you watch the stream or whatever, it's priceless. And what you all do on the radio station and stuff from an old coach that's not coaching now, but thank you all for what you all do, and thank you for today and raising the money for the athletic program. It's a great thing, and it's just thank you.
Yeah. Appreciate your help all these years, and when you finally stepped down, you told me how many years it had been, and I didn't really believe you. I had to go back and look. I'm like, Bradley must have said that wrong.
It's one of the, you go back and you hear all this and you look at the pictures when you first started coaching, when you good night, and I had hair. I don't have it anymore. They're just
hey, we still got ours.
Y'all still got it.
But it's turned color. I don't have it. It's turned different color.
Well, we've been out of for coaching. I've been out of this is my 14th year being retired from teaching.
Oh wow,
that's hard to believe. But we've been out of coaching at least 2 more than that, I guess.
Oh yeah.
It's Tiger Day here at WPKY. Thanks guys for coming in.
Thank you.
Bradley Stallins, Dennis Tomek, Pat Gates. Coaches are going to stick around a little bit, but we'll be back with more after this on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
The original GOAT, the greatest comeback of all time. Tiger Day from yoursportsedge.com at 1580, 103.3 WPKY. More than history, it's a legacy. Tiger Day on WPKY. 1580, 103.3 WPKY. Princeton.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster. Joe Biden gives a speech today about how President Trump's coronavirus response is affecting schools.
This afternoon, Biden and his wife Jill will meet with public health experts in Wilmington, Delaware, to talk about school reopening options. The event is aimed at casting President Trump as a threat to Americans' day-to-day security. President Trump, meanwhile, tweeting, Joe Biden is not on the side of law enforcement. He wouldn't know where to begin. A bad record, he wrote.
Fox's John Decker. Biden plans to visit Kenosha, Wisconsin tomorrow. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office claims the hairstylist told her it was okay to get her hair done at a salon Monday, but the rules say only outdoors.
The speaker claims she did not know that San Francisco businesses, including salons, were closed and that getting her hair done was illegal. State and county rules that forbid salons or barbershops from being open.
Fox's William Lejeunesse. America's listening to Fox News.
Here's Howie Long for Skechers Arch Fit Shoes.
If you've never tried Arch Fit shoes from Skechers, you're missing out on next level comfort. Saying you like comfort but not trying Arch Fit is like saying you like Italian food but you've never tried pasta. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists who used over 20 years of data to create a shoe that provides total foot and arch support for all-day comfort. Arch Fit distributes support across the arch no matter what foot type you have. You don't need an arch problem to love how they feel.
See all the styles of machine washable Arch Fit shoes now at Skechers.com.
Napa know-how.
Get all the quality parts you need at your locally owned Napa. Because right now, when you order from Napa online, you can pick up curbside at your local store in just 30 minutes. Or get your order delivered direct to your door with free one-day shipping on over 160,000 quality parts when you spend $35 or more. Quality parts delivered quickly and safely. That's Napa Know-How.
Napa Know-How.
At participating stores, standard ground shipping and exclusions apply.
This is Sam Meeks with Bella Marie Boutique. Thank you for voting Bella Marie as the best of Western Kentucky boutique 3 years in a row. We are so appreciative of our loyal customers. None of this would be possible without you all.
Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast. An unsettled period of weather will continue today through tomorrow with rounds of rain and thunderstorms. We're going to see today's high around 82, tonight's low around 72. Then tomorrow, again, more rain and thunderstorms in the forecast with a high around 83. And Friday, partly sunny, high around 81. But again, today, more rain, and we could even see some strong to severe storms this afternoon and into the early evening hours. Otherwise, mostly cloudy sky with a high around 82.
Your local McDonald's wants you to know that they're ready to serve you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They've always had their drive-thru, and now they're offering curbside pickup service as well. To avoid the wait in the drive-thru, you can download the McDonald's app and try curbside pickup. They appreciate your patience and understanding during this time. We are all having to adjust to this new way of life. It's temporary, but in the meantime, enjoy breakfast, lunch, or dinner at your local McDonald's.
YourSportsEdge.com and WPKY, the winning Tiger team. Happy Tiger Day, Caldwell County, WPKY.
Tiger Day here at 1580, 103.3 WPKY. Todd Griffin back in the WPKY studios. Pat Gates and Dennis Tomek still hanging around with us, but right now we've got a special Tiger, former Tiger on the phone with us as Stewart Childress joins us here on the show. And Stewart, good morning. How's everything going where you are?
Hey, Todd, it's going great. It's good to be with you guys. How are you guys doing?
Absolutely fantastic today. You're raising a little money for Caldwell County Athletics, and glad to get you on the show and maybe talk about some of your favorite memories as a former Tiger quarterback.
All right. Hey, it's good to be on the show. Thank you guys for having me.
Talk a little bit about your time as a quarterback here. You guys won the state championship back in 1998. Certainly still some memories in your brain, I guess, from playing on the carpet up in Louisville and that big win over Danville.
Yes. When I think about, my time at Caldwell County, there in high school playing for the Tigers, yes, I mean, the first memory that comes to mind is that night in December 1998 up in Louisville on the old AstroTurf and playing Danville, which is a great team. Man, they had won a lot of championships, and I know that we were not favored by many people, to have a shot at that game. But that senior class and that entire team and how close we were, how much we trusted one another. We had grown up together in Princeton, and I mean, just to be able to take the field with a team like that, man, it was a lot of fun. And, man, I have incredibly fond memories of that night. And I really remember, man, when the fourth quarter ended and it said 0 on the clock and, man, we had won that game. I cannot think of many other feelings that felt as good as that. To accomplish that and to have the season that we had, man, that was an amazing feeling. And it's probably one of the most special moments I've ever had in my life.
Well, and you got to go on and play some more quarterback at Murray State University. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a privilege. Got a scholarship to go play football at Murray State. And, man, had 5 good years there. Redshirted my first year. Got to learn a lot about football, learned so much about playing quarterback through Justin Fuente. He's now the coach at Virginia Tech, and just really appreciated him. He took me under his wing. He taught me some things for that first year, and I learned so much from him. And then just getting the privilege to play football for 4 years. I mean, not many people get to do that, had the opportunity to play quarterback for 4 years. And, man, to continue to play the game that I love and enjoy playing. And, man, so many of the guys on that team are just really good friends in my life now. And it's 15 years later, which is hard to believe, since I've been there at Murray State. And we had some great teams, had some success. Junior year, got to win the OVC championship, and that was just special. And I was just privileged to get to continue my playing career close to home. And I remember, Murray, Kentucky is maybe an hour away from Princeton, so I can recall every game, obviously my family being there, but so many people from Caldwell County also just driving down to continue to support me. And that was just really special to be able to play college football locally and continue to have the support from the local people there in Princeton.
We've got Stewart Childress with us on the phone. And Stewart, where are you at now and what are you up to these days?
Yeah, I'm in Denton, Texas, which is just north of Dallas. Been here for about 9 years. My family and I, we moved here several years ago. And so I direct a college ministry called Campus Outreach, and been working for that organization for 15 years since I graduated. And so love what I get to do, love working with university students, sharing the gospel with them, and seeing them come to know Christ, and then just be sent, from the campus into a postgraduate opportunity. So that's what I'm up to, and family's doing well. My wife and I, Summer, we're about to celebrate 10 years of marriage coming up in a couple of months in December. And we've got 4 amazing little kiddos, so we're doing real well.
Pat and DT, what did Stewart mean to that 98 team?
He meant everything. I mean, he was our leader out there. He touched the ball every play, and, everything good happened when he was up underneath center there. And, he developed into one outstanding quarterback. And you got to go back and realize, Stewart never played quarterback until his senior year. He backed up Bradley. He played wide receiver, and and of course his senior year we put him right in there. He was ready for the job. He knew all the pass routes, and he was just such a great leader out there. And of course he never come off the field. He was just as valuable to us on defense, playing safety, and he was our punter. And he was Mr. Do Everything, and not only excelled in football, he excelled in basketball as well, And so Caldwell County Athletics has not only got one sport, that he was a 2-sport guy. And I think, did you ever run track, Stuart? You didn't play base?
I did. I think I ran track as a freshman, and then I started realizing I think football's my sport.
Yeah, and very dedicated in the weight room. And a lot of people probably don't realize that, with him playing basketball, he and Gerald and Kelly Davis and all that group that played basketball would get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning and meet with Coach Cummins in the weight room at 6 o'clock. Wasn't that right, Stuart? And before school
That's
even
correct,
started, and got his weight workouts in, and just a dedicated athlete. And we're so proud and fortunate to have coached him.
Yeah, to show how smart I was, I didn't coach that year. That's how all those good athletes, I saw them come through, and then for some reason that wasn't my year, but that's probably why they won the state. I finally got rid of me, and then they did something
well.
You
were still with us.
Well, I was, but I wasn't on the list. But anyway, Stewie did a great job, man. What an athlete and what a good talent. And not only him, like I said, they all stayed together. That was the key. I mean, we didn't have 28 kids? 28 or 30.
We had about, 33 or 34 or something like that. And
I think so.
The majority of them, I think we only, maybe 2 people didn't go both ways. I think we ran 11 both ways. And, they had to be in real good physical shape, to play entire ball game. And, they worked their hindies off, and they were, a very close-knit group, very intelligent group. They graduated at the top of their class. I know Kelly was a valedictorian, and we all of them were in the 4-point, grade point average area, and they're not only great athletes, they were great students, and all of them have graduated and gone on and been successful in life.
Well, didn't you tell me one time that you guys could go in at halftime and pretty much just change the game plan on the fly, and those guys could go out and do it?
We pretty much could, and you just would only have to tell them once. They understood, and they could they even made adjustments out on the field. And, I can remember, and Stewart would probably tell you this as well, late in the ball game against Danville, I was wanting to run the football. And Kelly and Stewart said, hey, Kelly said, I can beat this guy. Just get the ball up, and I can catch it. So I trusted them and took that call from them, and they made it happen. And you remember that, don't you, Stewart, against Danville there late in the fourth quarter, and you threw a little fade out there to Kelly, picked up a first down, and we were able to, run the clock out. I think Gerald wound up scoring on a sweep or something there at the end, but they were just an exceptional group of young men.
I do have a Stewart Childress memory from that championship game against Danville. Danville had a kid, I think his name was Jeremy Britt, that was getting all the publicity going into that week. And Stewart, I think you outran Jeremy Britt for about 70 yards down the sideline and for a touchdown in the championship game, and I don't think he never did catch you, did he?
He didn't, and man, when I hit the sideline, I gave it all I could give to try to get in the end zone. And I just think that even that what we're talking about, that the pass to Kelly, and he just wanted the ball so badly, and we trusted one another and we believed in one another, and I think it's just a good picture of us coming together as a team. And we were just all on the same page together. But I can honestly say that every week that season, we had a great game plan. So, all of our coaches, they put together phenomenal game plans for us, and on both sides of the ball. And I felt like we were incredibly prepared to really expect whoever our opponent was. We kind of knew what they were up to. We knew what they were doing. Coaches had worked so hard, and they had put us in a position for a success. And it was just up to us to go out there, trust one another, and execute it. And it did. It happened. It worked. And I think that's why the feeling was always so sweet, was everything just kind of came together, and it worked. And, that's just a great feeling to have when you do that as a team.
Well, let me say this too, Stewart. That group of parents were also, they had outstanding parents and very supportive, and anything that we wanted, they came together and provided for us. I know we eat meals every week. Some parent or someone would donate, and that falls back to the community and how everybody was on the same page. Everybody was for one another, and we can't thank the parents enough of all of our kids that we've been able to coach over the years. And if you don't have that good parental support, then that's huge for any program, and we're so blessed here in this community to have that.
Hey, Stewart, we appreciate you coming on with us this morning, and I appreciate your time, and good luck with everything.
Hey, really appreciate it, guys. Great talking to y'all. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Stewie. Good to see you, buddy. Take care.
Good talking to you, Stewart.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, buddy.
You guys. See ya.
That's Stewart Childress, and glad to get him on the show with us today. Pat Gates and Dennis Tomek still here. We're going to get to another break, but a whole lot more to come as we have Tiger Day all day here at 1580 103.3 WPKY.
Listen up, please.
Get out the blue and gold.
Fabulous.
It's Tiger Day, 1580 103.3 WPKY. Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast is brought to you by Raider Auction Company.
Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast. An unsettled period of weather will continue today through tomorrow with rounds of rain and thunderstorms. We're going to see today's high around 82, tonight's low around 72. Then tomorrow, again, more rain and thunderstorms in the forecast with the high around 83. And Friday, partly sunny, high around 81. But again, today, more rain, and we could even see some strong to severe storms this afternoon afternoon and into the early evening hours. Otherwise, mostly cloudy sky with a high around 82.
Summer fun keeps rolling along at Beach Bend Park with rides, slides, and waves on the weekends. Beach Bend Park is now open Saturdays and Sundays through September 19th. Double your fun with 2 parks in 1 and enjoy classic amusement rides, including the famous Kentucky Rumbler roller coaster, water park, dairy shows, mini golf, and more. Plus, parking tubes and sunscreen are always free. For hours, visit beachbend.com.
Beach Bend Park. Fun for the whole family. Beach Bend Park.
Yes, the race is on. The second annual Hoptown Half Marathon and 5K, Saturday, September 19th. Sponsored by Planters Bank and Jenny Stewart Health, the timed half marathon, 5K, and the new 1 mile fun walk all remain on as scheduled as safe, healthy events. Registration is simple at hoptownhalf.com. Race proceeds benefit Hopkinsville's Challenge House organization to fund and build Challenge House number 7. Not a runner? We've added a mile walk to honor Challenge House founder, the late Wally Bryant. Wally's Army walkers get a t-shirt and a lapel pin. Runners in the half and 5K get unique race medals and a beautiful long-sleeve performance shirt. Or get a team together to cheer the runners and win cash prizes. Visit hoptownhalf.com to register to run, jog, walk, cheer, or volunteer. September 19th, the second annual Hoptown Half Marathon and 5K and Mile Walk, sponsored by Planters Bank and Jenny Stewart Health. For more info, call Parks and Rec at 270-887-4290.
This Friday night, tune in for a local sports special, the YourSportsEdge.com Fall Sports Preview. The entire YourSportsEdge.com team will be on the air to preview high school football. You can join Scott, Todd, Tom, and Josh as they break down the football teams from across the area. This local sports special will air immediately after the 6 o'clock news. YourSportsEdge.com team has never stopped carrying the sports news that's important to you. Tune in right here after the 6 o'clock news to catch their football special. And as always, for the latest sports, go to YourSportsEdge.com.
Calling all Tiger fans, drop by our WPKY studios today and show your Tiger pride. Share your story with us. Tiger Day on 1580 103.3 WPKY.
1580, 103.3 WPKY. Welcome back to Tiger Day. Pat Gates and Dennis Tomek still in the studio with us, but finally we're going to get to the brain trust of the football coaching staffs. Holly VanHooser is with us, and Nacy Butts is with us. Nacy, of course, that's one of the daughters of Pat Gates. So what are kind of some of your memories of watching your dad coach here at Caldwell County?
I would say a lot of emotional memories. My dad has always been very committed to whatever he does, and I think just, he puts his all into everything, the nervousness on Friday nights, his routine. He's very stuck with the routine on Friday afternoons. He would go through Druthers drive-through, get him a chicken box. Now he may come home and get sick, afterwards before the game started, but that's kind of part of his routine. He had, he would carry certain things in his pockets and, kind of superstitious, I guess you would say. And those are some of my memories of him.
Well, and you get to see Caldwell County sports from a lot of different standpoints now, because daughter of a coach, but now you've got kids that are playing, and you're married to another coach.
That's right. My husband just took the softball coach job here at Caldwell. I do have a daughter that plays middle school softball. She's now joined the volleyball team for the high school. And then my other daughter is in middle school, was going to be in 6th grade, and she's going to be a middle school cheerleader. And I've taken on the role of middle school cheerleading coach. So we're staying busy.
Well, and we're hoping that Seath can come in and join us a little bit later today and talk some softball with us.
Yep, I think he plans on being here this afternoon.
And Holly, how many different roles have you played as far as sports mom and daughter and all those things?
It's been a lot, but it's been a joy, let me tell you.
Well, and a former Lady Tiger standout on basketball court as well.
Thank you very much.
And you can go back and talk about a regional championship yourself.
I sure can. That was a night that I'll never forget. It was when you walked out on the court when we were in Richmond was unbelievable. I don't think there was anyone left in Caldwell County that night. Honestly, it was unbelievable. It was a night that I will never forget.
Well, and that regional championship game, if I remember correctly, was over at Webster County.
It was.
And we played Henderson County, and it was a heck of a game, and went into overtime.
It did, yes. And that gym was packed.
Do you remember that night? And
I
do you remember being out there on the court? And do you remember just what you guys were thinking as the game's going to overtime, and it's Henderson County, and the regional championship is on the line, and all those things?
I do remember that I had the worst game of my entire career there. I never will forget that. Being in the huddle with Coach Boyd and the things that he said to us will always stick with me forever.
Well, and something special that night, too, when they did the all-region team, there were a whole lot of Lady Tigers out there.
I'm pretty sure all 5 of us were on there. I'm not sure I deserved it that night, but yes, the 5 of us did make it that night.
And how many ball games would you say you've attended from the time you were playing to, you got boys that have played a whole lot.
Gosh.
You got one playing right now. How many ball games have you seen?
There's no telling. Honestly, it goes back to 1980 when we moved to Princeton with my dad coaching here. Just so many memories. I was that little kid that was always at the gym or at practice, and that rugrat run around. It all started for me then, and I have a love for sports. Just having a dad who was a huge motivator for me, as well as others. I try to instill that in my kids, and I'm hoping that they can take that from what I've learned and I've given to them, and they can use that for the rest of their life.
I actually have a Richie Hughes story, and maybe you don't know this one, but the first person who ever took me out and taught me how to play golf was your dad.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, I actually used his clubs for about 3 months.
That's great.
I don't know whether I should thank him or not,
I'm sure you learned a couple of tricks, Todd. We probably don't need to talk about those.
But yeah, Richie was a great guy, and I remember when you guys were all coaching, and when I first started covering it, you guys were all so great to me, and I remember all those things too.
I think it was that week that Richie played bad and he was going to quit, so he gave you his club and he wouldn't have to.
Yeah. No, but as far as games, it has watching my 3 boys. It's just been incredible. Just being in Caldwell County, the support that people give here, being alumni myself. Caldwell County is just special, and I've heard that all morning from different people, and it really is. It's just somewhere that you want to be, even if you've graduated from here and you've moved off, and you always say, I want to come back to Caldwell County. That's my hometown. I want to be there, and it's awesome. And once a Tiger, you're always a Tiger. It is what it is.
I would think as a parent, though, when you're watching your kids play, what kind of emotions are going through that? And you still got Tate. Tate's going to play his senior season this fall, and just talk about some of the things that when you're watching a game that kind of go through your head.
I've seen, I guess, a lot of leadership in my kids on and off the field that impresses me as a parent. When another parent comes to me and just says, Tate encouraged my kid, or Drake did, or Tate did, or Hunter did, that makes me as a parent feel pretty special.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got 3 great boys, and I always enjoy talking to them. I see Tate all the time on the golf course, and we have a big time.
Thank you.
Pat, what are some of your memories of having Nacy hanging around while you were coaching?
Well, not just Nacy, but Holly, and Brandy, and Lindsay, and, us 3 coaches. Of course, most of us had daughters. I had 3, and Richie had 2, and Dennis had 1, and we always looked forward to picture day because that was the time that we got our pictures made with our daughters. And even when they were yay high, up until they were cheerleaders, and seniors in high school. So that was very special to me, and I know it was for Dennis and Richie as well. And we always had them around. We'd bring them to practice. Sometimes we didn't want to, but we had to bring them to practice, and they would help be managers for us and pour water, for breaks and so forth. But, it's important to keep your family involved, and I think us being able to do that made us much better people as well.
Well, Nacy, Holly, appreciate you guys coming in today and talking with us, and we'll be seeing you around because lots more Tiger sports going on.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd.
More to come here as we continue Tiger Day on 1580, 103.3 WPKY.
Tigers don't try, they win. The greatest comeback of all time. Tiger Day. Donate online at our loyal listener Big Deal store or stop by our studios at WPKY. Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast is brought to you by Herb Hayes Furniture.
Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast. An unsettled period of weather will continue today through tomorrow with rounds of rain and thunderstorms. We're going to see today's high around 82, tonight's low around 72. Then tomorrow, again, more rain and thunderstorms in the forecast with the high around 83. And Friday, partly sunny, high around 81. But again, today, more rain, and we could even see some strong to severe storms this afternoon and into the early evening hours. Otherwise, mostly cloudy sky with the high around 82.
At First Southern National Bank, we place a high value on the well-being of our customers and communities. With that in mind, we are taking steps that demonstrate how much we care about you. Our drive-through lanes will be available for daily needs, while in-person services can be scheduled by appointment. Take advantage of our online banking, our mobile banking app, and a friendly team member answering your call. Visit fsnb.net to learn more. First Southern National Bank, member FDIC.
Out of an abundance of caution and in your best interest, public access to the Princeton Electric Plant Board office is restricted. Normal business operations will continue utilizing the drive-through window. Bill payments using online methods, bank drafts, and credit cards are encouraged, but checks and cash will continue to be accepted methods of payment. Utilizing the free online payment system from the comfort of your own home is both safer and more efficient for you. You will only need your account number, which is located on your bill, and a credit card or debit card to use this convenient feature. In an effort to help our community and assist our neighbors during this time of uncertainty, Princeton Electric Plant Board invites customers to call the office if they need additional time to pay their electric bill due to the loss of work. We appreciate our customers and look forward to working through this together.
A message from Carrington Services.
I am Kentucky Colonel William Carrington. I am a Christian motivational speaker and author. As we start to see our great country reopening and local businesses starting back up, we can feel the sense of pride knowing we can move forward. During this time of chaos and pandemics, we, the citizens, will not lay down. We will fight our way back. I am asking everyone to do your part. Support local. Together we will get through this. Princeton proud.
U-Ride has upped their game. As a matter of fact, it's a whole new ball game. It's an all-new sales team, bringing 33 years of experience to work for you. They're here to serve your vehicle needs from start to finish, and they do it all safely with a personalized hometown feel. More variety with better quality. On-the-lot financing, and you can apply safely online at uridesales.com. Call for an appointment today with one of their friendly sales staff. U-Ride on the Marion Road, Princeton, 270-365-3018.
August is deal time here at Cozy Living Interiors and Boutique. Hi, this is Pam Haverlock. 20% off mattresses and bedroom furniture. 15% off the rest of the store. All include special orders. Between now and September 11th, one of our lenders is offering 24 months financing, interest-free, with a $1,300 minimum based on approved credit. What a great time to come see us at Cozy Living Interiors and Boutique. Located in Princeton, right next to the bowling alley. Cozy Living Interiors and Boutique is everything a home should be.
This is Hub. We are your local U-Haul dealer.
We've got big news. Magnolia Boutique has a brand new look and a new location at 2405 Fort Campbell Boulevard. Come shop our pretty new expanded sales floor. We still have the same great selection of ladies' clothing in small through 3X, shoes, and accessories at great prices. Plus, we have an expanded gift section, and we're adding new fun lines every day. Come see us at 2405 Fort Campbell Boulevard, Monday through Friday, 10 to 6, and Saturday, 8 to 3. Or shop online at Magnolia2, that's TOO.com.
Join Black Patch Grill this Wednesday for their fan favorite burger night as they support our Caldwell County Tigers. This Wednesday only, when you enjoy lunch and dinner at Black Patch Grill in downtown Princeton, 10% of all proceeds go straight to all our Caldwell County high school athletes. It's Tiger Day at Black Patch Grill. From Black Patch Grill, YourSportsEdge.com and 1580 103.3 WPKY.
Calling all Tiger fans, drop by our WPKY studios today and show your Tiger pride. Share your story with us. Tiger Day on 1580 103.3 WPKY.
Continuing with Tiger Day here at 1580 103.3 WPKY. Raising money for the Caldwell County High School Athletic Department. Do want to thank our corporate level sponsors, First Southern Bank, Farmers Bank, Planters Bank, Fortner Gas, Parker Eye Care, Goodwin Insurance, Taco John's and Gather on Main, and DC Plumbing. And right now the studios continue to be full as we have the majority of the Caldwell County Tiger football coaching staff with us now. Will Barnes, Jeff Riley, Waynee McGowan, Aaron McClung, Dennis Tomek still in here with us. And Will, how are things going as you guys get ready for the upcoming season?
It's been really good to get out these last week and a half and get out and actually have a full practice with everybody there. And it's been good to get back to a little bit of football.
Well, and the season coming up just next Friday, so it's almost on top of us before you even realize it.
Yeah, that's the thing I tell our kids every day. It's not like a normal year where you've got a month, a little over a month to get ready. We've got 3 weeks, so we don't have time to waste. And when we're out there for however long, we've got to be locked in the entire time.
One thing that has impressed me, and this is with every sport and just about every team I've seen, how hard the kids are working to get ready because, for the longest time, and we talked about this earlier this morning a little bit, it was just conditioning, which is basically running. That's not a whole lot of fun. If you're a player, you want to get the ball and play a little bit, but and for a while there, teams were conditioning without even knowing for sure that there was going to be a season.
Yeah, and I think, part of that is with what happened with spring sports, we got quite a few baseball players. They realized how quick it could be taken away from them, and they wanted to take advantage of those opportunities that they had. And, Russ Bashir said when we were doing all that conditioning, he said, man, we ought to be in the best shape we've ever been in. But, it's a little bit different when you throw on those helmets and shoulder pads, and that's a little bit different aspect of conditioning, which we've got to really, get into the rest of this week and getting ready for a game next week.
Jeff, what have you kind of seen out of the kids' attitude as they're trying to get ready for this season?
Just to kind of echo what Will said, I think the kids are ready to get on the field. I think they don't mind coming in and lifting weights, and they don't mind doing the agility stuff and the stuff we were allowed to do. But I think to a man, they were ready to play some football. I think the energy's been pretty good most days of practice. I don't think maybe one day we had a little bit of a lull, but I think the kids are ready to play. And I think it's hit home that it's a real possibility that this thing wasn't going to happen. And, we've kind of jumped through hurdles. Seems like every week there's a new hurdle you have to jump over to get to play. And we've kind of cleared one, and now we're clearing hurdle number 2. And hopefully we've cleared all of them. And the next hurdle will be getting to go play on Friday night and get to turn the lights on. And at least it'll feel like some normalcy anyway.
Seems like those guys have a great attitude, though. And I would think that'd be tough because of all the things that everybody's gone through. And like I said, for a while there, none of us even knew if there was going to be a football season.
Yeah, we've tried to kind of capitalize on that. We've got some really great senior leadership, and like Coach Barnes says, some of those kids experience having a baseball and track taken away from them this past spring, and so they know that's a real possibility. And they've been really upbeat, and they've been fun to be around, and they they've been lighthearted at times. We've had to get on them at times, and they've responded when we've asked them to, just to, some of those signs you look for in a senior-led team. And so we're excited about the season. We look forward to kind of getting the pads on full go here in the next couple of days and then getting ready to play a football game next week.
It is Tiger Day here at WPKY, and I think when you talk Tiger football, one of the names that comes up is Waynee McGowan, and he's sitting right over there. And Waynee, what are kind of some of your thoughts? You've seen Tiger sports, a player, coach. What are maybe some of your favorite memories as a Tiger?
Yeah, it's a unique situation where been on both sides of the spectrum, I guess, as a player growing up. Just from the little league days all the way through middle school through high school. Of course, you aspire to be out there on Friday nights as a little youngster and middle school player, and putting on that blue and gold, and it means a lot. It's very prideful to go out there on Friday nights and represent our school and our community.
Well, and you were part of that Running the Hill gang too, right?
Oh, yeah. So, that deal there, we kind of tinkered around with it my sophomore year in 88. Then in 89, it was full-fledged Running the Hill. That was one of Coach Hughes' favorite things to do to us, among other things. But, yeah, he loved us getting on that hill over there. And, at first, anything new, you may try to rebel or whatever. But, the end result of that was it brought us together as a team, got us in excellent shape. I kind of feel like those last couple of years of high school, just from running that hill, the mental aspect as well as the physical aspect of doing that, I think we won a couple, 3 games probably off of that, and at least that's what we believed. We'd run up and down that thing 40 times after a 2-hour practice. You piggyback somebody, you wheelbarrow or whatever. Bear crawl up it. Just one of those deals. Are you mentally able to go out? Is mentally tough to do that, and that really helped us focus mentally. And like I said, got us in great shape physically.
Well, and you were a bit of a workhorse. I mean, you would tote the ball 30 or 35 times a game, so that conditioning really played into that.
Oh yeah, in those days where we lined up in the I formation and there was 8 or 9 guys right there in the box, and pretty much knew you were going to get the ball. And carrying it 25, 35 times a game, put a lot of work on me, But I enjoyed it. I felt like if they trusted me enough to carry that ball that many times, and that I was going to give my best effort and go out there and give it to my all.
Well, I was going to ask, is that something you look forward to? Did you want the ball every play?
Oh, yeah. They could have gave it to me 50 times probably, but I didn't. I relished in it. I just felt like the ball in my hands, and I felt good about what we were doing offensively. I felt great about our offensive linemen. You can't get anything done without those guys up front. We had some really, really good offensive line when I came through.
And you were on some pretty good Tiger teams, too.
Yeah. We turned things around in 89. We had a winning season, went 7-4 that year, and, we scored quite a few points. Then, 90, my senior year, we were right there in the mix of things in 2A with Fort Campbell and Mayfield being the top dogs. And there again, we scored a bunch of points for being an I formation team. We put up a bunch of points and went 9-2 and lost to Mayfield and Fort Campbell. In those days, only the top 2 teams advanced to the playoffs. So we were left at home in a 9-2 team. So really, really good team. And, things kind of started turning around right there.
Yeah, one of those seasons, I think 3 of the district teams were ranked in the top 4 in the state. And, of course, one couldn't go.
Exactly. Yeah, so we're all in the midst of that 2A right there in the state. And just to go to show you how tough, the Western Kentucky football was then, and 3 teams in the top 5 or so in the district, in the same district.
And Aaron, you've been on the coaching staff for a long time now, and have got to work under several head coaches. What's kind of your thoughts on some of that?
Well, there hasn't been a lot of head coaches in the history of Caldwell County, and I've got to coach for some really good ones. I really enjoy being at Caldwell County. I think it's a great place. When I came, I think I came here in 2003, and when I came here, I had no idea how long I would be here. I just started in education. I've been coaching for a few years, but I just started teaching. It was my second year when I came here, and I didn't know if I would be here for 1 year or 5 years or 10 years. And I brought my family here, and everybody's loved it. So we've stayed here ever since.
So you stuck around.
Yeah, I did, and I don't regret it. I really love Caldwell County.
Well, and you can also talk to Caldwell County sports from different vantage points because you've got a daughter on the soccer team.
I do. Rachel plays soccer and tennis, and my son Kyler played football and wrestled, and JC played basketball, and so I've had my kids have gone through different facets of the athletic program here, and we've enjoyed every second of it. It's a great place to live.
And maybe you can talk about, we're raising money today for the athletic department. Probably not going to have the crowds at football games this year that we typically have, just because we might not be able to get that many people in there. But all that money to support all those programs, that's really important.
Yeah, a lot of people, they don't understand how vital it's not for football, but football provides a lot of financial support for all other sports. Like it is pretty much everywhere. Football is a big money-making sport, and that money is used to support the rest of the athletic program. And we don't, as a football program, well, that's fine. That's just one of our roles, is to be the sport that it's a popular sport for people to come to see, but the whole athletic program, we're in it together. So, when people come to football games and pay admission to football games and support the football team, especially financially, you're supporting all the other sports. So that's why we're doing this.
Well, and next Friday, home game against Crittenden County to open up the season, September 11th, and have you guys heard anything as far as maybe attendance for that, or how many people we can get in the stadium?
It's going to be less than 1,000 people. I don't know the exact number, but it's going to be, 700-800 people. We don't know all the exact amounts yet, but it's definitely going to be limited because we're going to be expected. Everybody's going to be expected to socially distance, and you just can't do that if you've got 5,000 people packed in there.
Well, and I would think for a Crittenden County game, that's going to be a pretty huge gate otherwise, and that's kind of the thing we're talking about today that we're going to miss out on, is we're not going to have 3,000 or 4,000 people out there for the Crittenden County game because, that's a big game at Crittenden County. Everybody from Crittenden's going to show up. Well, Caldwell always has a big crowd, and those are the things we're not going to be able to have this year, unfortunately.
Yeah, it would be our biggest gate this year, especially with now it being the first game of the year. They're loaded. They got a lot of talent, and they're going to have a good season. So yeah, they would have brought a big crowd.
Will, does that kind of change the way you guys look at that opener now that it's Crittenden County instead of having a couple of games before you go into that one?
No, I think the main thing is. We're focused on what we do and what we're going to do on offense, defense, special teams, and making sure we're ready to go. And then, next week we'll spend a little bit more time on Crittenden County, but, it's just like any other game. Right now we're kind of in that preseason type, early August type of practice. So we're not game planning in Crittenden County right now. We're focused on Caldwell County and what we need to do to be successful for the entire season.
How condensed did your guys' plans become? Because, like I said, you had to wait a long time before they actually said, hey, we can go ahead and get ready to play games. And it seems like the lead-up time from there to the first game isn't what you guys would usually have.
Yeah, and just offensively speaking, I decided back in probably January that we were going to really condense what we do anyway. So offensively speaking, we're right where we need to be. as far as install and all that. We've just got to get the reps, and that's not going to be an issue. Defensively, we've probably spent more time, when we were actually able to start official practice than we would typically do, and that's just because of the window that we've got. And, I feel really good about where we're at defensively. We're Coach Mack's doing a lot of the special teams this year, and I think we'll be pretty good there as well. So the big thing, I think, is just, getting out there in your gear, in your helmet, and shoulder pads, and getting that conditioning. And we've had some time constraints as far as how long you can practice. So just trying to make it the best of every minute. That way next Friday night, hopefully, we're in good shape and we're not, out of breath and cramping up.
All of you guys have seen a lot of football seasons, so how difficult is it going into a year where you don't get to play a couple of scrimmages?
Yeah, that makes it pretty tough because, those scrimmages will let you know a lot of things right off the bat as far as what you need to work on, your weaknesses, more or less than anything. So, yeah, not being able to get those two scrimmages under your belt and get prepared for that first game's been pretty difficult. It really has, but there again, our kids have bounced back, and they're young guys, and you throw a lot at those young men, and they can take more than you think they can take. So they've taken the bull by the horn, and they're coming in and working hard, and we just have to make up for those missed scrimmages and reps. We just have to get them in practice and prepare as well as we can and get ready to play next weekend.
And everybody's in the same boat, so it's not not like Crittenden County is going to have two scrimmages and we're not. So everybody's dealt the same hand. The best teams are going to be the ones that make the most of the limited time and limited reps that they have.
Well, and I would think that having an experienced team coming back is an advantage. And I think you guys are in that boat with a lot of experience coming back, but I think Crittenden County's got a lot back too.
Oh, yeah. They've got a really good team coming back, and they do a great job down there. Coach Thompson has kind of just picked up right where Coach Stallins left off, and they've got a really good team coming back, and I think they'll make a really good run in Class A. And it does help, I think, having some guys coming back just from they know what it's going to be like on Friday night. It's not going to be something foreign to them. But we also have got some younger guys that are sophomores and juniors that are going to be playing big roles on next Friday night that, it's going to be their first time out there. So, we'll lean on those older guys that are coming back to try to, carry us and show those younger guys, what it's like.
This is Tiger Day on 1580, 103.3 WPKY. Got football coaches Will Barnes, Jeff Riley, Waynee McGowan, and Aaron McClung in the studio with us. And, Will, how much work did you have to do on the schedule this year? Because things kind of got pushed around and the season got moved a little bit. How much time did it take to kind of get that finalized?
Yeah, so, we may add one more, I hope, if we can. But that day, whenever I think it was July, when they, cut the season down and we pushed the season back, that day was crazy with emails and phone calls and text messages. And, everybody wants to play at home. So when you're trying to add games, nobody wants to play on the road. So, when I looked at it, it's I want these kids to play as many games as they can, and if that means we've got to go on the road, and thankfully, Miss Farmer and Coach McGowan and Miss Phelps, we talked about it, and there was no issue. If we've got to travel a little bit more and lose, not get that fifth home game, if that's what it has to be, then that's what we'll do. So, we may add one more, but we've got 8 games, and, it fell together, just right. We were able to keep Christian County. We were able to, keep kind of our natural rivals with Trigg and Crittenden the way they fell in the
the schedule, and then we're able to add Madisonville, which is somebody I think we need to be playing anyway. Just we play them in everything else. It's a good opponent. Coach Burgett is a really good football coach, so I was glad we were able to add them this year.
Well, and the road games are pretty attractive. Again, not sure exactly how many fans we can take at this point, but you go to Union County in the second week, and we've had some success against the Braves, so that's a pretty good game to have in that spot too.
Yeah, I was, glad. That's a good game for us too, and we'll go over there and play them week 2.
And you guys had Madisonville down as a scrimmage opponent, so kind of getting them on the schedule. I think something maybe you guys have been kind of trying to work out for a while.
Yeah, for whatever reason, right now we would be scheduling for the next 2 years, 21 and 22. But for some reason, that all got started back in January, and it's kind of weird how those things work. It's like one coach sends out an email about 21, 22 schedules, and now everybody's scheduling. So I talked with Coach Burgett in January, and, we've got them on the schedule for 21 and 22. So, it's just a natural game for us, I think.
We've been talking about favorite memories as a Tiger this morning, and, of course, you've got some. You're also a member of the baseball team, got to play for your dad on the football team, and now back as a coach. So what are some things that stick out in your mind as being a Tiger player?
Well, as a player, just being around playing for my dad, really all those memories that I can't really pick out one. They were all really good and really fond memories. And I had a really good time playing baseball. A couple of my closest friends, we played baseball together, and we still talk today, every day. But really, probably my favorite time was when I wasn't a player or a coach, was in 12, kind of being on the outside looking into that run to the state finals. And, that's something Dad really wanted in his career. And that was a lot of fun to be, kind of loosely a part of.
Yeah. What was it like when you guys came here? Because you were at Davis County, and then David got the head coaching job here. So what kind of transition was that for you?
Yeah, there was kind of a period of time there before then, a few years before that, it might be a reality. And I think I was in middle school at that point, and I wasn't really fired up about moving. And then the second time around, he just said, I think it's the best thing for us. And, it was tough leaving Davis County, but I also knew what the athletic aspect of it and really the community aspect. At that time, I had no idea, but it was a much better situation, across the board, coming here. And obviously he made a great decision. And, I don't know what my life would be like without it if we did not move here. So I'm extremely grateful for Caldwell County, and this is where I'm from. So I just love it here.
Jeff, talk about some of your favorite memories from coaching and being around the Tigers.
Well, gosh, I mean, you can't not talk about 2012. I think that was fun for everybody involved. I got to be the head middle school coach for a while. There were lots of great memories, lots of great kids. That was fun. Winning games and getting in playoff games and being a part of that. My stepson graduated from Caldwell County, so, we've all had kids come up through. I don't know if I have like a favorite memory. I think you kind of put it all in one basket and realize that, kind of similar to what Coach McClung said, we kind of found a place, and it just ended up kind of being home and where we've raised our family. And now, we're still kind of hanging on. We're at the other end of our careers now. And, I told somebody the other day, it's one thing to be a head coach somewhere, and you kind of want to have that, you get into it kind of thinking that, but then you fall into a place where you got a really good job with really good people with good kids, and you just kind of end up, saying, hey, this is not too bad a spot to be in. So being an assistant in a place like Caldwell County is pretty good. So, I hope the once a Tiger, always a Tiger kind of lends itself to some coaches too sometimes. So I appreciate it.
Waynee, I still remember when you were playing, coming down there with my little recorder and interviewing you before before your games.
Yeah, and that's been a little while ago, but yeah.
A day or two, yeah.
So, tons of memories. I could probably sit here all day, but, as a young player, as a young man, growing up in this community, has been great to me. Athletics was great to me. People in this community did things for me. I'm sure people did things for me, and I don't realize who they even were, but, I just want to give a lot of thank yous and gratitude to those folks. Athletics was my life, and shoot, I wouldn't be sitting here today without athletics probably, and a lot of people on the way helping me, definitely my coaches. They were all father figure type men to me. Coach Gates, Coach Tomek, Coach Hughes, Coach Curlin, Coach Boyd was, those guys were my high school football coaches, and Coach Robin Scott, Coach basketball, played for him in basketball, and Coach Tomek even coached me in Little League football, and Danny Cochran, Johnny Jaggers, all those guys who coached me when I was in Little League, and Chuck Tandy was one of my Little League coaches. So all those guys, mean a whole lot to me. They were all for me. They were all in my corner and backed me and motivated me to do well. Off the field on the in the classroom as well. Memories as a player coming through. Mainly is all the friendships. We all came from Little League all the way through high school together. I still see guys today, and we're all great friends and pretty close-knit bunch, and wouldn't be here without a bunch of those folks. And I guess more memories, my first year coaching was 97. Coach Stallins' his senior year, so it kind of dates me a little bit there with he and I. And we, I think we went 9-3 and got beat in the second round, I believe, up at Owensboro Catholic. And, great year, great players, great bunch of kids. And, of course, I was still green as a gourd. And 98 rolls around, and we make that crazy run and win that state championship. And I thought, man, this is all right. 2 years in this thing, almost won it last year. We just won this thing this year. Hey, this is all right, And then you come back down to earth, and, you lose tons of great players, and you go 2-9. So, seen both sides of that deal. Lots and lots of good teams on the way. The 2012 team was really, really good time. I had a son playing. Austin was a junior that year, so that means a lot as well when you have a kid come through. I didn't directly coach him. He was an offensive lineman.
I coached.
He coached him. He got to get his grips on him, and but yeah. So, that was really, really fun to see him come through, your own child come through the program. And then my second oldest son, Logan, he was actually in the music and in the band. And he played in the band up until he was a sophomore in high school. And then as a senior, he decides to come out and play football. And, that was really enjoyable because I did get to coach him. He was a running back and defensive back, so I was around him at practice all the time. And that was really enjoyable to have him on the team and go through that with your child. So that was really cool. And, and you look back at a couple of runs and things he did and think, man, I wish he would have played all 4 years, But, music was his thing. And, I don't push my kids to do anything. And, if they're going to get in it, they're going to finish it. So, he got in his senior year. And I think he really enjoyed being around the guys and being around the coaches. So, the memories for me would be, limitless. But, I know we have to get in and get out of here. But, it's been great. And, coaching with these guys, Coach Will, now he's back in our program. He's our head coach now. And, looking forward to good things for him being our leader. And, with these two guys, played against Jeff in high school. I
played against Jeff, too.
Played against Jeff, too. So we got some mutual playing against each other things going on here. But, these guys are like brothers to me. And, we've gone through a lot together, and I wouldn't want to be doing it without these guys. I really wouldn't, and that's just just a part of growing up as men. We all have children, and we're all daddies and all that, and so I wouldn't want to do it with any other bunch.
Well, I can't believe nobody has mentioned the trip to Monroe County for the playoff game that year, but Aaron, you're my last chance.
Well, that was a memorable game. It's probably in the top 10, but my best memories, the 12 season was really memorable. Going up and almost winning the state championship, but the game before that was super memorable, going up to DeSales and beating DeSales there, and they won the next 2 state championships. That was a really good team. And the special thing about that 12 years, that team was nowhere near our best team. They were, we started the season off losing to Callaway County, and they only won 3 games that year, I think. So that was a really special season. We've had some other big wins. We moved up to 3A. For 4 years, we were in 3A, and people were like, oh, you're going to go down, and we won the district every year. We beat Paducah-Tillman 4 years in a row. We beat Henderson County 4 years in a row. Those are all special memories because those are things that some people would say that we couldn't have done. But probably my biggest memories are, I coach a very special group of guys, and I'm just going to say it and brag. I probably have the coaching offensive line here is probably the most unique group you'll ever get to be around. Kids that don't want to play the offensive line, you're missing out because if you see the kind of relationships that all the groups of my guys have, there's probably not any other position group. My guys will go eat at Kay's Kitchen all together. They'll hang out together, and all the groups through the years have been like that. And that's not something I have any part of. It's just they just develop a special bond when they get to play together. Back when Austin and Collar played, they used to all go over Sindelar's house once a week and eat. And those guys, I'm telling you, there's something special about them. They're just they're a different breed of guys, and they don't play football because of any kind of glory they get from it. They want to win, but they don't care about stats. And getting to coach all those guys, and I've coached a bunch of them. I could sit here and talk about them for hours, but I'm telling you, they're a very special group. If you ever are down at Kay's Kitchen and you'll see 5 of them once a week, I think. They'll go down and eat breakfast together, and their bond is even tighter than the bond of the whole football team. They're tight. The football team is tight, but that group offensive lineman bond is a little bit tighter, I'm going to tell you, because they have to depend on each other. So that's probably my best memory is coaching all those offensive linemen I've coached over the years.
Well, I appreciate you guys coming in today and being part of the Tiger Day with us, and certainly best of luck to you guys this season.
Yeah, thanks for everything you all do, Todd, and we really appreciate it.
As Tiger coaches Will Barnes, Jeff Riley, Waynee McGowan, and Aaron McClung, it's Tiger Day. We're raising money for the Caldwell County High School Athletics Department. You can go to WPKYonline.com and make a donation. You can come by the studios here at 1035 West Main. We'll be here all day. Right now, though, we need to get to the news, and we'll be back. 1580 103.3 WPKY.
More than history, it's a legacy. Tiger Day on WPKY. 1580 103.3 WPKY. Princeton.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster. It's 75 years today since Japan signed its surrender in World War II. President Trump's on his way to Wilmington, North Carolina to designate it a World War II heritage city.
The Secretary of the Interior is required to name one city a year to be a World War II heritage city. Wilmington will be the first. The city is home to the USS North Carolina, a ship that took part in major offensives in the Pacific Theater during the war. Now that ship is a floating museum.
Fox's Jared Halpern. The Trump administration's canceling some orders for ventilators for coronavirus patients.
The Health and Human Services Department says 120,000 ventilators are available for state and local officials. An agency spokesperson says terminating contracts that are no longer needed will save taxpayers millions of dollars. Democrats claim the cancellations show the White House overspent in its quest to fulfill President Trump's pledge to make the nation the king of ventilators.
Fox's Rachel Sutherland. America's listening to
W277CK Princeton. Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast is brought to you by Health First Community Health Center.
Your WPKY Weather Edge Weather Center forecast. Scattered showers and thunderstorms possible this afternoon, warming up to 81 degrees. Tonight, an 80% chance of showers and thunderstorms continuing down to 71 for the overnight low. 83 the high tomorrow with a 50% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Scattered showers and thunderstorms possible this afternoon, a high of 81.
There's an advantage in being the home team. You know who Emma Talley, Jake Lewis, and Pat Gates are. You've seen the wall around Butler Stadium and have heard of the Caldwell Crazies. Trice Hughes, we're your home team. Here's our home team deal of the week.
2019 Chevy Blazer. You take your pick, silver or gray. All-wheel drive Premier. Only $11,184.
Get this home team deal of the week at Trice Hughes. Find us on Highway 91 North, Princeton, or TriceHughes.com.
Have you been to Big Deal Store yet? Go to WPKYOnline.com and click on Loyal Listener Big Deals. The other day, I redeemed a gift certificate on my smartphone. It was so easy. Thanks to Loyal Listener Big Deals, I found new places to eat, have fun, take the family out, and get my car fixed. With Loyal Listener Big Deals, you can save money and try new businesses. Go to WPKYOnline.com. But you better hurry. You never know how long each deal will last.
This is Chris Teutsch, member of Central Presbyterian Church. Jesus is described in the New Testament as a good friend, an advocate on our behalf, and a good shepherd. He's also a troublemaker. Jesus pulls people away from their families. He asks us to love our enemies and give money to the poor. These expectations place us in conflict with contemporary culture. As disciples, we don't have to avoid conflict or live in fear. That's because our God is a powerful God. We don't understand everything that happens, but we trust that God is in control and will make sense of a world in ways that are a mystery to us now. The people who should be afraid are not followers of Jesus, but those who give them a hard time. Don't be reluctant to act like a Christian when you're not in church. In the face of opposition or indifference, the gospel message is true, and God is always with us.
It's time for your WPKY Noon News Edge.
Showers and thunderstorms are still possible for this afternoon, so you might want to have your rain jacket or your umbrella close at hand. Highs reaching near 81 today, but that shouldn't deter you from stopping down at the studios at 1035 West Main Street because it is Tiger Day. And of course, we've been on the air all day long. We'll continue to be on the air until about 7 o'clock this evening, talking about and reminiscing about the Caldwell County Tigers and Lady Tigers, because we are trying to raise much needed funds for the Caldwell County Athletic Department this year. Because as you very well know, the coronavirus pandemic is going to hurt our local sports because they won't be able to have as many people in the stands. So if you can stop by today and give a donation, that would be amazing. Showers and thunderstorms continue tonight, lows dropping down around 71, and then a 50% chance of showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. And with your WPKY News Edge, this is Audrey Lamb reporting. Caldwell County students will be returning to in-person classes earlier than Governor Andy Beshear's recommendation following decision made by the Board of Education Tuesday. Interim Superintendent Heath Cartwright proposed beginning the originally decided upon hybrid schedule 2 weeks ahead of the governor's recent recommendation.
The original return to school plan had a starting date for in-person instruction of August 24. This was later moved to September 28. The original return to school plan did not include the most recent updates to the Healthy at School and the Kentucky High School Athletic Association guidance documents. If it's the direction of the Board of Education, we can work with schools and departments to move up the start date for in-person instruction on the original Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday hybrid schedule to the start date of September 14 instead of September 28. With both school and extracurricular activities following the revisions that have been made to both the Healthy at School and the KHSAA guidance documents. I've worked with the schools to allow parents who have logistical or hardship issues in making this change to be allowed to start on September 28th.
He added, while the option to return to 5 days of in-person classes has been discussed, it was his recommendation to begin with the hybrid schedule.
I would like to give our schools a chance to get their feet wet with the schedule that they've prepared for. And I've talked with all of our school administration, and they do feel very prepared to come in on the hybrid schedule. But I've also talked with all schools and departments about the need for us to develop a transition plan to have a plan in place to bring the kids back 5 days a week, because we have to go into this school year with in-person instruction with the belief that things are going to go well. And if things go well, the natural progression would be to transition into a traditional 5-day-a-week instructional week. But I would prefer us to have the kids in school for a little bit of time to just make sure that things are going as well as what we plan for them to go. And that'll give us a chance to see how things are going here, as well as continuing to watch the other districts around us and to see what they're doing right. And then if there's any issues that we need to avoid that maybe other districts are doing.
Cartwright stated the fully virtual instruction option will still be available.
The parents who have chosen to do the NTI or the distance learning, they can continue to do that. If there's families who feel that the best situation for them is for their students to not be in school for various reasons, we honor that and we respect that. And then also for the families who do want their kids in school, but they've made the arrangements to be there September 28th, if they can't come to September 28th, that's fine. We'll hold their spot. We'll catch them up when they get there. So it's not going to be that if a parent can't get ready in 2 weeks, that it's going to cause a hardship for them. We'll work with them to make sure that they can get back in and transition on that September 28th date.
Following a motion and a second, the board unanimously approved